Cole Aylmer.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Very nice, very nice. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, today we are joined by over 125 residents of my riding. Of course, they haven't arrived yet. The Côte St. Luc Senior Men's Club is the largest senior men's organization in Quebec. With over 520 members, it plays a huge role in the life of our community. Whether through its breakfast meetings, current events group, golf day, or bowling leagues, it keeps its members young and vibrant. They take care of each other and are a social network beyond compare. The club was originally started when our World War II vets were retiring and looking for other ways to give back. Today, members continue that tradition by participating in organizations like Volunteer Cities on Patrol and assisting our Legion with their Poppy campaign. I wish I could be welcoming President Sid Cronish, past President Sid Margulies, and Peter Sternberg, an entire group of proud Côte St. Lucers and Canadians to Ottawa. I was honored to work closely with the club for many years as mayor and will continue to do so as an MP. May they go from strength to strength.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to recognize Rebecca Runyons, a very talented young violinist who traveled to New York City over the weekend and performed at the world-famous Carnegie Hall as part of the bicentennial celebrations for the State University of New York. Rebecca's musical interest began at the young age of 4. She has since mastered her craft performing on stage in Washington, D.C., Houston, Texas, on the battlefield in Gettysburg, and right here in Ottawa. Although Rebecca is currently completing her post-secondary education in Potsdam, she is well known for volunteering her talents at home. Over the years, she has helped raise funds for the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Cornwall Community Hospital, the Canadian Cancer Society, and the Cornwall Hospice, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, Rebecca and her parents, Lisa and David Runyons, are excellent examples of dedicated community volunteers in Stormont, Dundas, and South Glengarry. I am fortunate to know Rebecca and her family, and I would like to wish her much success in her bright future ahead. Thank you.
Here, here, here. Honourable député de Lanty-Labelle.
The honourable member for Lanty-Labelle.
15 years ago today, with Arthur Dent well established in his new life, Ford Prefect returned to this mostly harmless place for Douglas Adams. Marvin the paranoid android was, of course, left behind. Now, Mr. Speaker, anyone who has read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is aware that planet Earth is little more than a computer built on the orders of mice to determine the answer to life, the universe, and everything. And while I must wrap up this statement, brought to some of us by our resident Babblefish, before it is destroyed to make way for a hyper-partisan bypass, it is a great honor to know, Mr. Speaker, that you, me, and all of our colleagues brought together here today by the Infinite Improbability Drive will forevermore have our names listed together on a plaque here in Center Block, marked without ever having determined the question, with the answer to life, the universe, and everything. The number of our Parliament, 42. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Outremont.
The member for Outremont.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, 25 years ago, Reverend John Beach and a group of dedicated volunteers fulfilled a dream by setting up a community organization to help all underprivileged people in the Mile End neighborhood.
For the Mile End Mission in 1995 and grew that seed into a community tree which it has become. Roz saw to it that half of the board of directors were members who use the mission's services. She understood that inclusiveness was the only way to build true community. Aujourd'hui,
Today, Lou Hashley is watching over the destiny of the mission. The mission offers much more than just hot meals, bags of grocery support, and access to a lawyer. The Mile End mission does a lot of good for the community.
thank you on behalf of the many people they help to the folks of the Mile End Mission and wish them many more years of service.
The Honorable Member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Niagara region has lost a true leader. His Worship, Stan Pettit, the former mayor of the Township of Wainfleet here in the province of Ontario for 28 years, and a champion for his community, passed away suddenly this past week. Our thoughts are with Shirley, Stan's wife, as she and an entire community mourn Stan's passing, while also celebrating the full and inspiring life he had led. His passion, his commitment to his constituents ensured that the Township of Wainfleet was well represented, especially at Niagara Regional Council. Stan's passion to build sustainable and prosperous community, one of which provided opportunities for younger generations to stay and live in Niagara. This vision drove him and motivated all of those who he worked with on a daily basis. I stand here today to say thank you to His Worship, Mayor Stan Pettit, for everything he did for his community and the Niagara region. We live in a better place because of him. Stan, your contributions will be everlasting. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, did you notice my new haircut? As you can see, I have no hair left, and it's because today I participated in the Lucan 2016 Shaved Heads Challenge. And Mr. Speaker, I did so willingly, but many Canadian children who have cancer don't have a choice. They don't ask to lose their hair because they undergo cancer treatment. I want to thank my leader and colleagues and all colleagues in the House who, by shaving their heads or helping, will enable me to meet the objective I have set for myself. I'd invite all friends, members, and you, Mr. Speaker, as well, to meet me after question period in the foyer of the House to support me through any kind of donation that's possible. And then in La Pocatière tomorrow, many fellow citizens will do the same thing to help fight youth cancer. As a father, a grandfather, and a parliamentarian, I got involved in this event this year, and I thank the community for supporting me. The Honourable Member for Beaume-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, I have a dream, and that dream is to see a parliament where all parliamentarians are bilingual or in the process of becoming bilingual. There are about 100 members of this House who can communicate easily in both official languages. In addition, 136 other colleagues are currently taking language classes. Let's find a way to enable our parliamentary colleagues who aren't participating to have easier access to these language classes. These languages are our pride. They represent us, represent who we are, represent our strength and our wealth. This dream, as part of Canada's 150th anniversary, is certainly possible with the participation and goodwill of all of our honourable colleagues.
Of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, I wish that this dream comes true.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, museums in Canada and around the world will celebrate International Museum Day on May 18. It also happens to be the day that I met my wife 27 years ago. This year's theme is Museum and Cultural Landscapes. In a country like ours, where our rich natural heritage is such an important part of our culture and historic events that have shaped us, this is particularly appropriate. In Richmond Hill, Museum of the Street is a new kind of museum experience, taking away the four walls of the traditional museum and opening up the heritage of the town for all to see. This always open and free journey of discovery that you are the tour guide through the streets is showcasing the obvious and sometimes the not so obvious, all signposts to our fascinating past. I encourage all Canadians to visit Museum of Streets in Richmond Hill and all other wonderful institutions and take advantage of all that they can offer. Thank you.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak about a real-life hero and his family. His name is Tim Michalchuk, a determined, spirited, and unwavering individual. Tim's partner, Shannon, was diagnosed with MS over 5 years ago and recently suffered a relapse. To help raise awareness and to save Shannon, Tim set out on foot from Prince George on April 2nd to walk 1 million steps to stop MS. On April 30th, Tim arrived in Vancouver and completed that journey. He capped it off with a wedding proposal, Mr. Speaker, and she said yes. However, just 1 day after arriving home, Tim and his family lost their home to a fire. And while his family is safe, they lost everything. I think I speak for all members of this House in offering my condolences to Tim and his family. Having met Tim on his journey, I know it is the same fighting spirit that will help Tim and his family persevere during this very difficult time. Tim, we are so very proud of you. Our thoughts and prayers are with you and your family. Merci.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, Harry Greenwood is the West Vancouver Chamber of Commerce Citizen of the Year. Harry is a former Royal Canadian Navy seaman, decorated World War II vet, and recipient of France's Legion of Honor Medal. He sent me a photo once shaking the former Prime Minister's hand, saying, "I don't think he's going to vote for you." Harry is a Scotsman who lived in Hamilton and dedicated himself to the Labour movement and Mohawk College before moving to West Vancouver. I met him when he was 75 through his service on the Library Board, the Harmony Arts Festival, the Senior Centre, and of course, the Royal Canadian Legion. When he accepted his award, he dedicated it in the name of all volunteers. At 91, he lives by an example. It's a privilege to learn from Harry, to call him my friend, and to recognize his service to Canada in the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for North Vancouver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to inform the House that Dr. Don Mavinick of the University of British Columbia's Department of Engineering and a resident of my riding of North Vancouver is this year's recipient of the prestigious Gold Medal Award from Engineers Canada. The Gold Medal Award bestows distinction on outstanding engineers and recognizes exceptional achievements in their chosen fields. Don is an internationally renowned expert in wastewater treatment technology. He's previously received international acclaim for leading the development of a cost-effective system to recover phosphates from municipal wastewater systems, which have been subsequently deployed around North America. Wastewater treatment systems and technology are critical to the well-being of our communities and to the health of our environment. Don's work has created tremendous environmental benefits while concurrently demonstrating how clean technology innovation can be a driver of economic opportunity and growth.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I was honoured to attend the induction ceremony for 10 new inductees into the Owen Sound Sports Hall of Fame. Owen Sound is truly a hotbed for talented hockey, lacrosse, and fastball players, and this year's inductees are a testament to this. Athletes Curtis Sanford, Marilyn McComb, Jeff McDougall, Don McLeod, and Jim Chipper McRae made for an impressive group of inductees this year. The class of 2016 also included Brian Seaman under the Builder category, and special merit inductees included Peter Rainsford, Robert Aiken, and Mr. John Garvey, who umpired for more than 70 years. Finally, the 1977 King Farms fastball team was also inducted, and in 1977, the King Farms team defeated Sault Ste. Marie to win the OASA All-Ontario Championship. Mr. Speaker, I extend my congratulations to each of this year's inductees and thank them for the many years of sporting memories.
Hear, hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Speaker, as the MP for Nickel Belt and Greater Sudbury, a region that has built a strong and vibrant place for mining innovation and research, I am pleased to recognize the 20th anniversary of National Mining Week. Our government is committed to ensuring that mining remains a source of economic growth, with 375,000 workers being the largest employer of Indigenous people in Canada. Le budget 2016
Budget 2016 includes measures like extending the mineral exploration tax credit and investing in projects that support mining and minerals research. Thanks to focus on innovation and a sound regulatory regime that has the confidence of Canadians, the mining industry has a promising future. I urge honourable members to join me in acknowledging the importance of the Canadian mining industry.
Let's celebrate our innovative, talented, hardworking miners all across Canada. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightly proud of our healthcare system, which has become a defining feature of our country and our identity. And much of what we celebrate, in large part, nurses deliver. Nowhere is this more obvious than in the North, where doctors are a scarce resource and communities lean on nurses and nurse practitioners to get so much of the job done. And as our population ages, the role nurses play will become more vital to our national well-being. We can keep that in mind as we mark National Nursing Week, which includes International Nurses Day and commemorates Florence Nightingale's birthday on May 12th. And while many of our fantastic nurses are men, it's no secret that a great many more are women. And it is these nurses who help us through some of our most difficult and vulnerable times, playing so many roles from caregiver to confidant to counselor. The slogan for National Nurse Week is, "With you every step of the way." And one only has to encounter our health system in a time of need to learn how true that is. Merci à tous les gardes-malades.
Thank you to you all.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was moved to see my colleagues in the House wearing yellow roses in recognition of Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month. CF is a disease that affects over 4,000 Canadians. Currently, there is no cure for this disease, but for individuals with advanced CF, transplantation can be an important step in their treatment. The importance of organ donation and transplantation was brought very close to home for my family earlier this past February, when my beautiful niece Jillian received a life-saving double lung transplant. Words cannot express the gratitude we feel to the family who donated the lungs of their loved one. I encourage all Canadians to continue supporting the Canadian Cystic Fibrosis Foundation as they search for a cure, and consider becoming a registered organ donor. Your decision, whether signing your own donor card or talking about this with your family, may save a life.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, as an oncology nurse, I'm proud to commemorate National Nursing Week and International Nursing Day on May 12th. Upon reflection of my own personal experiences, I will share a poem I have written in recognition of all dedicated nurses. We're there for you on your darkest night to make sure your next has more light. 4,000 from coast to coast, our numbers stand. With pride, the care of Canadians lies in our hands. Extended shifts, short on resources, we do not quiver. Safe and effective care we're honored to deliver. When you are ill, do not fright, we're here to stay, and we will hold your hand every step of the way. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. Honourable Chef Locke.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I've spent the last few days in Northern Alberta meeting with first responders and evacuees and volunteers, and I can tell the House that there's a deep sense of gratitude for the compassion and the support and the donations that have come in from across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, the faster we get this community up and running, the better for our entire economy. I know the Prime Minister has created a committee, but I also want to know if he can please fast-track infrastructure funding so that we can get Fort McMurray back to work as soon as possible.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her extraordinary work and leadership while she was on the ground meeting with firefighters and evacuees. I, too, look forward to meeting with many of these unsung heroes and so many of the evacuees when I get out on Friday to survey the challenges that we all face together, which is why, as the member highlighted, we are going to be putting together an ad hoc cabinet committee to bring bear the efforts of the entire government, from infrastructure to health to emergency management to a broad range of issues together to help rebuild and create once again a strong future so the people of Fort McMurray can continue to build a great future for all of Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, speaking of committees, this morning the Liberals stacked the deck and announced a committee that gives them complete control over changes to our voting system. That is not right. When you change the rules of democracy, everyone should have a say. Prime Minister have so little faith in Canadians that he thinks Liberals can change what every vote means in this country without taking it to the people in a referendum?
Honourable Prime Minister.
You'll forgive me, Mr. Speaker, if I find it a bit rich coming from the party that brought in the Unfair Elections Act without any consultation to try and stack the deck in their favour. Canadians heard loudly and clearly that we made the commitment that this was going to be the last election held under the first-past-the-post system, and we are committed to doing that. Canadians also chose to support us with a majority and are expecting us to deliver on the promises that we gave.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what is he so afraid of? If his plan is so great, then why doesn't he take it to the people?
Mr. Speaker, when you change the rules of the game, everyone has the right to have a say. Canadians are capable of taking their own decisions. So why is the Prime Minister not trusting Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. We enormously trust Canadians, and that is why we have been very clear in the election campaign that this would be the last election contested under the first-past-the-post system. But also, that is why we are going to consult widely with all Canadians across the country to talk about a better electoral system, a stronger democracy that will better reflect their concerns and give a government that respects their priorities as we do.
Mr. Speaker, in today's press conference, the Minister of Democratic Renewal said, and I quote, "A referendum is one of a number of tools that can be used to engage Canadians." And the House Leader said it's premature to decide whether or not to hold a referendum. They might want to speak to the Prime Minister, whose position since last June and up to about 2 minutes ago was that a referendum is unacceptable because, I assume, a government is not guaranteed to win. Heaven forfend. So here's the question. Is it premature to commit to a referendum because the Prime Minister will only make that commitment if he knows he's guaranteed to win?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, that the Conservatives suddenly discovered how important it is to engage and listen to Canadians is a little bit silly at this point. Right. The fact is, we are committed to engaging with Canadians right across the country. We are focused, as we made the clear commitment to during the election campaign, to making sure that this election will be the last one held under first-past-the-post. We are confident that Canadians are going to be able to work with us and create the right electoral system that will serve this country well in the coming years.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is committed to making it the last election under the first-past-the-post, whether Canadians want that or not. He is not prepared to allow democracy to speak. At today's press conference, the Minister stated that committing to a referendum too early, as opposed to at all, would be like putting the cart before the horse. To which one of the reporters in the room responded, deciding that the 2015 election was the last under first-past-the-post before coming up with an alternative is the real act of putting the cart before the horse. I agree. The There is every possibility that the proposed new voting system will be less fair, less open, and less popular than the status quo. Therefore, it should have to defeat the status quo in a referendum.
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
We made it very, very clear in the last election that if we were elected, we would ensure that this would be the last election under first past the post. And it wasn't the compellingness of our arguments that convinced Canadians. It was what the last government did with their majority that convinced Canadians that this must be the last election under first past the post.
The honourable member for Outremont.
As we've just seen, Liberals have time and again repeated that the current electoral system is, quote, unfair and that it produces false majorities. That is, until they got elected. The facts are over 60% of Canadians did not vote for the Liberal Party. This Prime Minister seemed to acknowledge the problem, but then he stacked the committee so that Liberals can alone impose the next voting system on everyone. Will the Prime Minister reverse his undemocratic decision and allow for a fully representative committee where each member has the right to vote? Isn't that the essence of democracy?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The essence of democracy is that we put forward a very, very clear plan to make sure that this was the last election after.
Members will come to order. We know this is a partisan place. It's supposed to be adversarial. That's fine. And there are going to be strong arguments on both sides, and that's good. But let's listen to them, please. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Canadians voted overwhelmingly for change in the last election, and we proposed real change that will make this the last election under first past the post. Our committee actually is the first committee to pull together members from every single party. We're going to work seriously and focused in a way that will bring forward a better alternative for Canadians. And we trust Canadians in their capacity to get the governments they elected. And if you choose not...
The honourable member for Outremont.
Does the Prime Minister not understand? Members from two of those committees are being denied the right to vote. He has to change that.
It's hard for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, to trust that the fix isn't already in. The government holds the majority on the committee, and we know that the Liberal Party has already made its choice with the so-called preferential ballot, which works in their favour. Can the Prime Minister reassure Canadians and promise that his government will not act unilaterally without the support of all the other parties? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We were very clear in the election campaign that we would replace the first past the post system. We were clear that this would be the last election under that system, and that's what we're going to do. The Canadians gave us a majority. We are going to use that majority to make it harder to elect a government that does not represent the point of view of all Canadians. That's what Canadians are expecting from us, and that's what I'm going to do.
The honourable member for Outremont.
So he's waiting. People are expecting their parliamentarians to be a model of democracy, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Foreign Affairs said in this House last month that he would block the export permits to Saudi Arabia if ever this military equipment is used to violate human rights. Well, the videos leave no doubt Saudi Arabia is using this kind of equipment to attack civilians. A direct question for the Prime Minister. Does he not find that this video shows actions that violate human rights? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
said from the very beginning that the Canadian government, led by me, would not cancel a contract signed by a previous government. And indeed, the leader of the New Democratic Party pointed out, you don't cancel a commercial contract retroactively. It's just not done. Right. The NDP member for London Fanshawe said, I said very distinctly, in no way wishy-washy, that this is a signed contract and we are going to be honouring that contract. We are keeping the promise we made to Canadians since well before the election campaign.
Gentleman member for Outremont.
About the export permits that the Liberals signed after the election campaign, after the United Nations reports on human rights in January, and after today's video, the government has no excuse to continue with this arms sale to Saudi Arabia so that they can crush civilians with that type of equipment, Mr. Speaker. There is now evidence, and we want to know, is this really the first piece of evidence that the Prime Minister has seen of Saudi Arabia abusing human rights with armoured vehicles? We have trouble believing that no one in his government knew this before it appeared in the Globe and Mail.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite was very, very clear during the election campaign that he understood how important it is for Canada to hold up to its word. We need to know, we need to be able to project on the world that when Canada agrees to something, it sticks to its word. He pretended to understand that in the election campaign. He pretended to understand that whenever he visited London. But the fact of the matter is he's throwing his own words out the window because we need to make sure that we are respected in the world stage by keeping our words.
For Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, the Liberal government's words don't match their actions. The Minister of Democratic Institutions claims she wants to put partisan interests aside and that it's truly not about a skewed partisan interest. Except all decisions on electoral reform will be made by 6 Liberals who form the majority on the committee. And she also said that the ultimate decision on what system will be proposed will be made by Cabinet. If this really isn't about partisan interests, why not allow all Canadians to have a direct say on electoral reform in a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it's a good day for Canadian democracy. Today, we delivered on our commitment to establish an all-party parliamentary committee to study and bring forward recommendations to bring our electoral system into the 21st century. We've taken a unique approach and we've shown leadership by including all parties, the Bloc, the Green Party, the NDP, the Conservatives around this table. And Mr. Speaker, I'll add that this is the only committee that has all parties at the table, and I look forward to the collaborative approach we'll all take.
The member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, it will only be a good day for democracy when they commit to a referendum. The Minister of Democratic Institutions claims that all voices should be heard and treated with respect on electoral reform. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister insists that he will change the system without the permission of Canadians. He's against a referendum because he knows the people won't support his undemocratic changes. So if the government truly cares about what each and every Canadian has to say, why are they so afraid to hold a referendum?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great day for Canadian democracy. We committed to establishing a committee which is established to ensure that there are 338 town halls conducted across this great nation, and the onus is on all of us as members of this House to make sure that the voices of those who don't currently have a say in politics is heard. We need to have a conversation about ways to engage young people, women, new Canadians, seniors, those with disabilities and exceptionalities, and Indigenous persons into this conversation. That is the debate.
Bravo. Every now and then, members may hear something from other members that they don't like. But in this place, we want to show respect, I think, for this institution, for the Canadians who sent us here. We want to recognize that we have young people in the galleries. And let's listen, please. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, if Liberals feel that the very system that elected them is illegitimate, then they cannot claim to have a mandate to make such a fundamental change to our voting system. And now they're setting up a committee that is designed to give them the answer that is best for them. And they have given themselves a majority on the committee as they attempt to bring in changes that will solely benefit them. If they think that the system that elected them is illegitimate, why are the Liberals giving themselves a majority on the committee?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it is out of a great deal of respect for the people who put us here and these democratic institutions that we've committed to reforming the existing system and to modernize it by bringing it into the 21st century. It is out of a great deal of respect that we've committed to reaching out to all Canadians across this diverse nation and ensuring that those who don't normally participate in the electoral process, like young people, women, Indigenous persons, many seniors, those with disabilities and exceptionalities, are included in this conversation.
The member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, it's arrogance that they're giving themselves a majority on the committee when 60% of Canadians voted against them. The minister keeps claiming that she believes Canadians should be consulted, but she refuses to hold the ultimate consultation, a referendum. The only way to ensure that the Liberals are not allowed to rig a process to give themselves the outcome that they want is to have the Canadian people have the final say. Will the minister commit to placing the final decision in the hands of Canadians through a referendum, or is she too enamored with basic dictatorships like China?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come to this place with a great deal of humility and appreciation for these democratic institutions that so many across this globe would give anything to have. We have committed to consulting with Canadians. Canadians will have the first say and the final say, and I'd really appreciate it if members in this House...
Members will come to order. I know there are strong views, but we take turns. We hear from each side, and there will be strong statements from each side. We want to listen, and I'm having trouble hearing the answers. So let's listen. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm having trouble hearing myself. So while we're having a conversation about respect for democratic institutions, let's have a conversation about respect and decorum in this place.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I think that whether the minister wants it or not, this is really a very bad day for democracy in Canada. This is just the first day of this Liberal process of democratic reform, and it's already clear that Liberals have no interest in truly listening to Canadians. But I offer them the chance to prove me wrong, Mr. Speaker. As the Liberals want to change the rules of democracy, will they commit today in this House to do the right thing and consult all Canadians through a referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great day for Canadian democracy. It's a bad day for partisan politics that aims to divide Canadians and pit neighbour against neighbour. Our approach will be a principled approach. Our approach will be an inclusive approach. Our approach will be one based on respect for Canadians and the need to hear from those whose voices are often silenced.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. So, overall, they don't want to give the population the permission to speak out, and, well, I don't think that's a good thing. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that on this side of the House, we will continue to defend the idea of a referendum because we think that this is a fundamental thing. But this isn't the only worry that Canadians should have, Mr. Speaker. This process has been set up without consulting the opposition parties. The Prime Minister even apologized in this House for claiming otherwise. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister believe that 10 elected members are better placed than all Canadians to change the basic foundation of our democracy?
Mr. Speaker, while I recognize that but it may be comforting for some to stay in the past. In the 21st century, there are many other tools and ways to engage Canadians in important conversations, like one about democratic institutions. We are confident that the individuals around the committee table will put their narrow partisan interests aside and serve the Canadians who have put us here.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals say that reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is at the heart of their priorities. However, today, the Department of Justice is before the courts to fight against a survivor of the St. Anne's Residential School. And his story is absolutely revolting, Mr. Speaker. The federal government deliberately hid documents proving the abuse suffered by the victim. But due to a lack of proof, he's been refused all compensation. How can the minister justify her opposition to a new hearing to the rights for this survivor?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his question today. The Government of Canada is committed to fairness in the independent assessment process. We have seen the negotiation that just was settled in Newfoundland and Labrador with residential school survivors. We're prepared to cooperate and ensure that all the necessary information is provided in legal proceedings, and we have consented to many of the claimants' requests and parliamentary beliefs, Mr. Speaker, such as those requests that have been outlined in the past. Thank you.
For Timmins, James Bay.
So the Prime Minister promised to be different, to offer reconciliation. That rings hollow to the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School who are fighting in provincial court again for their rights. So let's put it on the record. The Justice Department suppressed police evidence. They protected the name of a serial predator, and then they had the cases thrown out on bogus technicalities. Now, surely the Justice Minister knows that suppressing police evidence isn't reconciliation. It's not even legal. So will she call off the dogs and stop defending the predators and stand up once and for all for the victims of the indescribable abuse at that institution?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And Mr. Speaker, he knows that the Government of Canada is committed to achieving full reconciliation with former students, Mr. Speaker. We have seen that this week at the ruling in Newfoundland and Labrador in the negotiated settlement. Mr. Speaker, the member also knows that we have compiled with all of Justice Perrow's orders regarding documents related to St. Anne's. We have met all of the timelines, Mr. Speaker, including an updated narrative that has at least 1,200 pages that have been submitted, and the member knows that.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So, Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister went to Washington for the state dinner, he put together his personal entourage of 44 people, which included his mom, his in-laws, the Liberal Party president, and the chief Liberal bagman. But one name noticeably missing from the invite list was the name of the Natural Resources Minister. So why did the Prime Minister give preferential access to Liberal hacks over his own ministries?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we've said in the House of Commons, the Prime Minister has said a number of times, this was a historic visit for Canada. The other side of the House, Mr. Speaker, is struggling with how a guest list at a state dinner is drawn up. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because the last time there was a state dinner was 1997, and that's why we think that this honour afforded Canada and the progress made on substantive files that are important to Canadians, border security, pre-clearance, climate change, energy, are a testimony to this important relationship that we value so much.
Bravo. Now, member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise the Liberals are not being open and transparent about their trip to Washington. The more we know, the more concerned we get. We now know that it cost almost $13,000 for just 3 ministers and their staff to go on this junket, but the numbers keep changing, Mr. Speaker. Last week they claimed it was $25,000 for 44 people, and no one believes that number, Mr. Speaker. And so can the Liberals be honest with taxpayers and tell them what the actual total cost of this trip was?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, there seems to be some confusion on the other side. On the one hand, he wants us to include other ministers and other individuals, and at the same time, he says that those expenses are unreasonable. What we've said, Mr. Speaker, is that the expenses for the trip to Washington were disclosed proactively. Our government has led with open and transparent disclosure of expenses, and every single one, Mr. Speaker, of those expenses were justified because of the substantive and important progress made during that visit to improve the lives of Canadians and strengthen this critical bilateral relationship.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, well, we already knew that the Liberal Party of Canada takes precedence over the interests of everyday Canadians. Once again, the delegation that accompanied the Prime Minister to Washington, well, its composition is troubling. Mr. Speaker, why did the President of the Liberal Party of Canada participate in that trip? And has she become someone who speaks on behalf of this government? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, my colleague across the way appears to have a hard time understanding how the list of invitees to the state dinner at the White House was established. And that's because the last time that Canada had this honor, it was in 1997. This was a historic visit where an enormous amount of progress was made on major files that affect the lives of Canadians, like climate change, like border security, like the energy issue. Mr. Speaker, we are extremely proud of our Canadian participation in Washington. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, we've learned recently that the trip to Washington for just 3 ministers and 2 employees cost almost $13,000. And yet last week, the government said that it cost just $25,000 to send 44 people. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has no scruples. Can the Liberals be honest with Canadian taxpayers and tell them exactly how much this trip cost? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the number of times that my colleague across the way has repeated exaggerated ideas is troubling. We have been proactive. We disclosed all the travel costs for our minister's trip to Washington. This was an important economic mission to Washington for Canada, and despite the fact that my colleagues across the way don't like the list of invitees, well, there's a huge list of things that we've accomplished on that trip. We're proud of the Canadian delegation and what they accomplished.
Mr. Speaker, opioid overdoses are a growing epidemic across the country. Hundreds of people are dying, and British Columbia has declared a public health emergency. Yet, the Minister of Health abandoned regulations requiring tamper-resistant forms of these powerful prescription drugs. She claims they won't solve the problem because they only apply to a single narcotic. But the solution is obvious. Make the entire class of opioids, including fentanyl, tamper-proof, as the U.S. is doing. So why won't the minister do so and save lives?
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite has raised a very important matter, and that is the matter of prescription drug abuse in this country. It is something with which I have the deepest concern, and I am pleased to work with my colleagues, including those in British Columbia who have particularly led the way on this file. It will require a comprehensive approach, one that includes prescriber guidelines, one that includes patient information, one that includes treatment, one that includes prevention. We will address all matters of evidence to make sure that we have the best way forward in a comprehensive plan.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers have been paying extra fees for years for insured services in full violation of the Canada Health Act without the federal government doing a thing. And in the Auditor General of Quebec's report tabled yesterday, we learn that extra fees are out of control. The poorest Quebecers are the ones who are paying the price for this two-tier medicine. The minister keeps telling us that she's discussing this with her colleague in Quebec, that she believes in the Canada Health Act, but what is she waiting for to enforce it? The Honourable Minister of Health. I thank my colleague for that important question. We, as I've already said, fully endorse the principles of the Canada Health Act, which are intended to ensure that all Canadians have access to all medical services and hospital services that are necessary according to their needs and not as a result of their ability to pay. I have always committed to working with all of my partners across the country in order to strengthen our universal health care system while maintaining the principles of the Canada Health Act.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Science. A Science Odyssey is 10 days of discovery and innovation from Friday, May 6th to May 15th. It is an opportunity to discover the richness of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in Canada. What is the Government of Canada doing to encourage all Canadians to learn about and engage with scientific research and to seriously consider a career in science?
Science.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, a scientist himself, for that important question. I'm working to promote a culture where young people and the public are excited about science. Last week, I announced the winners of NSERC's Promo Science program, awarded to groups that promote science throughout the year. This week, I've hosted Space Day and Coding Day to bring the joy of science to parliamentarians. I encourage all members to check out science.gc.ca for a Science Odyssey event in your community.
For Graham Perry McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January, the Minister of Agriculture hired a failed Liberal candidate with a vested interest in his department to be his Chief of Staff. At the time, it was clear that her massive fortune presented a clear conflict of interest, but the Minister insisted otherwise. Now the Ethics Commissioner has ruled that a conflict of interest does exist, and the Chief of Staff must recuse herself of most major files in the Minister's department. If she can't talk about agriculture and if she can't talk about trade, what is she still doing there?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure my honourable colleague, this House, and Canadians that my Chief of Staff has completed all the requirements of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner and will be abiding by all guidelines set forward. This includes a conflict of interest screen which has been established and will be followed. My Chief of Staff is an outstanding member of the community and a deep commitment to agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Graham Perry McKenzie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that was the same talking points that he gave to me on January the 25th, but we found out just recently from the Ethics Commissioner that her new ruling requires that its Chief of Staff not engage with the TPP, not have any involvement with regards to the egg industry, and have nothing to do with the supply management system. So I ask the Minister, given the Commissioner's clear ruling, can the Minister guarantee that since day one in his office, she has had absolutely zero to do with any of these crucial files?
Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I can assure my honourable colleague that my Chief of Staff has completed all the guidelines required by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, and she will follow the guidelines. Does my honourable colleague indicate that all we want to have work in agriculture is people that know nothing about agriculture?
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
So, Mr. Speaker, let's kind of be clear. So we've now got a Minister of Agriculture whose Chief of Staff can't talk about eggs, can't talk about supply management, and even can't talk about the Trans-Pacific Partnership. If she's been involved in any of these files in the last 6 months, it's a conflict of interest. That's what we knew from the beginning. The Minister refused to listen to us. So how can the Minister assure farmers and processors that his Chief of Staff has not been using this job for personal gain?
Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I know the member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and I'm surprised that he would indicate that such a competent lady would be in this line. I am truly disappointed, Mr. Speaker. I think that my honourable colleague understands that the Ethics Commissioner has ruled, and all guidelines submitted by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner will be followed. But again, do you just want somebody in agriculture that knows nothing about agriculture? I think not.
When the Minister says you, I hope he's speaking to the Chair, and then again, maybe not. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed that actually he's criticising the Ethics Commissioner for making the comments about what you can do and what you can't. Because the Minister of Agriculture has hired his Chief of Staff, a major stakeholder in one of the largest egg producers and processing companies in Canada. Well, now she's prohibited from supporting supply management, the egg industry, any trade issues, particularly around the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So, why did he leave supply management and free trade in the hands of an individual who isn't allowed to talk about them?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my honourable colleague wants to be careful of what my Chief of Staff is involved in and is not involved in. She had a career of her own, Mr. Speaker. She has a career of her own. But the Conflict of Interest Commissioner has set guidelines. I've indicated quite clearly in this House a number of times she will follow the guidelines, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Last week, Pauk Tuptit called on the federal government to ensure the upcoming inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls meets Inuit concerns. Funding is needed to support the participation of Indigenous peoples, including access to healing and support services. And action is needed now to prevent violence. There's no need to wait till the end of the inquiry in order to act. Will the government listen and provide full support for the full participation of Indigenous women? And will they act now to prevent violence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we'd certainly like to thank Patuki and IKT for their input into this process. As you know, missing and murdered Indigenous women has been a priority for us since we've taken government. We're committed to see this inquiry through. We're determined, Mr. Speaker, to work with all of those that have been impacted to ensure that this inquiry has the outcomes that are necessary for healing and for reconciliation for so many women and children and families across our country.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, everyone seems to understand the need for urgent action on the diafiltered milk issue except the Liberal government. Yesterday, AgroPure announced that they were discontinuing use of diafiltered milk, and dairy producers criticized the government once again for its negligence on this file. The Liberal government should be ashamed. The minister said that this was an emotional issue for producers. Mr. Speaker, this is an economic issue because the producers are losing millions of dollars. When will the Liberal government do their job? And when will the Minister of Agriculture do his?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague's question and concern. The Liberal Party implemented supply management and will defend supply management. We recognise that this is an important issue for dairy farmers, and we're working to reach a long-term solution that will work for all of the dairy sector across this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have announced the building of a monument in Ottawa to commemorate labour unions. Unfortunately, building a monument or a memorial to the veterans of the Afghanistan war is still pending. Clearly, even if these veterans, some of them gave their lives for Canada, the Liberals are unable to prioritize a memorial for their honour. Why does this Liberal government have the political will to go forward with some memorials, but visibly is unable to honour the 40,000 Afghanistan veterans?
I thank the member for his question, and I can assure him that commemoration is important to this government. We will continue to honor those who have served from Vimy Ridge to Juno Beach through peacekeeping efforts in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, from the Gulf War to the Afghan theater in a dignified fashion. We're working close with the Ministry of Heritage to see this project through, and rest assured it will be done.
Mr. Speaker, protecting the members of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families must be a priority for every government. Last week, the media tagged along on General Vance's tour to Iraq and got some FaceTime with Special Operation Forces. The problem is they actually published the faces of the soldiers they met. When this happened under our government, we took full responsibility and fixed the mistake. Simple question. Will the Defence Minister own up to this error and ensure the identities of our troops are protected?
Mr. Secretary for National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the safety of our Canadian Armed Forces personnel and the security of our operations are of primary concern. Canadian forces thoroughly assess and implement appropriate measures to ensure the safety and security. The members who were recently profiled were pre-selected and approved by the Canadian Armed Forces leadership.
Kirk-Interlake-Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, General Vance described the Prime Minister's decision to triple Canada's ground troops in Iraq while withdrawing Canadian air support as an overall riskier mission. The images published in the media last week could expose Canadian Special Forces members and their families to even greater risks. When I was a parliamentary secretary and this happened under the previous Conservative government, I stood in this House, took responsibility, and we fixed the problem. Will the parliamentary secretary admit that allowing these photos to be published was a mistake and take the necessary actions to protect and ensure the safety of our troops and their families?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I recollect the honourable member standing in this House in a previous Parliament, it was because they wanted some photo ops. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, we have fixed that system. And accordingly, the members who were recently profiled were approved by the Canadian Armed Forces leadership. It had nothing to do with the Minister of Defence.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 sets up funds for electric vehicles as well as infrastructure for fuel substitutes. These initiatives will allow for a greater number of low-carbon emission vehicles and will be just as beneficial for our economy as for the environment. Can the Minister of Natural Resources explain the support offered by the government during the transition to low-carbon emission transport? Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Clean technologies are a central part of our clean growth plan to transition to the economy of tomorrow. Yesterday, we announced that funding proposals are now being accepted under 2 new electric vehicle and alternative fuel infrastructure initiatives. As part of Budget 2016, this $62 million program will put more low-carbon vehicles on the road, which will decrease emissions. By investing in electric vehicle technology, and we will show national leadership on climate change while our economy grows.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Indigenous Affairs said that Canada's resource sector was being put on notice. There's been fustian words and mixed messages coming from the Liberal front bench regarding what Indigenous free, prior and informed consent actually means. Will the Liberals clarify to Canadians if implementing the UN Declaration gives a veto over critical infrastructure projects?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. As I've stated before, and the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs have said before, we do not see a strong working relationship with Indigenous people as an impediment to resource development of any kind in this country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Bellegarde, who's the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, has already said that veto is not utilized in free, prior and informed consent in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. I think collaboration and working together is the way forward, and that's the path we're on.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
In 2015, the federal court banned fish farms in BC from using diseased Atlantic salmon in open net pens. The risks to wild salmon were, and still are, unacceptable. But the Conservatives, on behalf of a foreign-owned company, appealed the court's decision. Not only is the Liberal government continuing this appeal, shockingly, it's fast-tracking the effort to overturn the ruling. Why is the government continuing with this Conservative approach, fighting the court ruling and putting BC wild salmon at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that question. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the member to know that this is an issue that has been recently brought to my attention. I've had discussions with the Minister of Justice on this, and I'd like to inform him that I plan on meeting with her to discuss this further in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several weeks ago, the Minister of Veterans Affairs and I met with our wounded soldiers in my riding of Scarborough Rouge Park as they were training for this year's Invictus Games. As you may be aware, the Scarborough Pan Am Centre will co-host the 2017 Invictus Games. Can the Minister advise us as to how this government will be supporting our soldiers and our veterans in representing Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I would like to thank the member from Scarborough Rouge Park for his question and his care and compassion he shows to veterans each and every day. I can tell you the Invictus Games are a great opportunity for our injured soldiers to take part in competition as well as to rebuild their lives with camaraderie. I can tell you also it was a great honor to be in Toronto with the Prime Minister and Prince Harry, where we saw our injured soldiers head off to Orlando where they did us proud. I'm also proud to announce that we are supporting the 2017 Invictus Games to the tune of $10 million.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, 21 years ago, Jean Chrétien's Liberals closed the Royal Military College in Saint-Jean, which they felt was unnecessary. The former Conservative government corrected this situation by reopening the institution in 2008 and promising to bring back university studies. When asked about the subject last Saturday in Montreal, the minister was skittish. Can the minister confirm that he does intend to bring university studies back to the Saint-Jean Military College in Quebec?
National Defence.
As the honourable member will know, Mr. Speaker, the minister has initiated an entire defence review process in which we have invited all members to engage. And clearly the issue of the reopening of the Saint-Jean College is of utmost importance to the minister and to my colleague who has tirelessly promoted this reopening. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that all members do engage in the defence review process, and certainly that would be one of the serious considerations.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. For the recently announced public engagement and consultation process on electoral reform to have any legitimacy, I completely agree with the Honourable Minister that we must all, on all sides of this place, set partisanship aside. Therefore, my question to the Prime Minister is, can he give this place his word that the Liberal members of Parliament on that committee will be free to vote in the interests of Canadian democracy and not merely for partisan advantage?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we made the commitment in the last election to ensure that this was the last election to be held under first past the post. We are keeping that promise with a process that reflects our shared values of fairness, inclusiveness, gender equity, openness, and mutual respect. On the issue of committee members, I can assure the leader of the Green Party that I will no more control the Liberal members on that committee than she will control the Green member on that committee.
Order. Order. Shh. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Her Excellency Datuk Seri Azalina Osman Said, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department of Malaysia. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Brian Gallant, Premier of New Brunswick.
There is a point of order for the Honourable Member for Belfast-Lévis.
Yes, there was talk of a lot of accomplishments during question period, and in a context of transparency and openness, I would like it to seek unanimous consent to simply table the journal for the House of Commons from the 22nd of April 2015.
Is about the copy of the tabling of the agreement on land.
Apparently, there is no unanimous consent.
Je n'imagine pas que le député est tellement surpris de ça, mais
I assume that the member is not overly surprised by that, but at any rate.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 6 petitions. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would also like to, at this time, move, seconded by the member from Orleans, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Monsieur Lamoureux, seconded. Mr. Leslie moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Those in favour signify by saying yea. All those opposed will please say nay. I'm supposed to decide that based on numbers, not volume. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call on the members. question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Leslie, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite
Monsieur
Nation.
Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bosfield.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. DeMar.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerwin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Pitpat Taylor.
Ms. Pitspot Taylor.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territory.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et les
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dyne.
Mr. Van Dyne.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zahid.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. Ball.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, les Chemin Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abul-Taif.
Mr. Abul-Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Aglinsky.
Mr. Aglinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Choquet.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 170, 170. Nays contre 137, 137.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that in relation to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of report stage and on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before this House shall be interrupted if required for the purposes of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further amendment or debate?
Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Ms. Wilson-Raybould, moves that in relation to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. There will now be a 30-minute period of questions. I would ask members who wish to ask questions during this period to stand so the chair has an idea of how many members wish to take part in this session. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have a bill of critical importance before us, and again we see the Liberals who protested so adamantly in the last Parliament against any time allocation whatsoever. Really, I think they're beating any record that was ever set by the previous government in terms of their lack of respect for important debate. What we have here is we have important legislation, and we have changes to important legislation that need thorough reflection. The component, I believe it was 41 and 42 that was removed, that talked about how the compensation would be provided. But most importantly, I think that we need to have time to really reflect on the sort of democratic process of having open and transparent voting, or card checks, versus what most provinces do is they have secret ballots. So, that was something that was missed in the amendments. I think it's critical, and we need to spend a lot of time in this Parliament reflecting on that particular issue.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I appreciate the question from the Honourable Member. The fact is that our government inherited a situation of considerable urgency when we formed government, and in November. In fact, we inherited a situation where the Supreme Court decision had put a deadline of January. We sought an extension to May, a 4-month extension at that time. But again, it was the previous government that had allowed a situation to develop where there was significant urgency. The Supreme Court decision was that RCMP members ought to have the right for collective bargaining. This legislation provided that. And beyond that, we have had actually 10 hours of debate, 34 members of Parliament participating in that debate. And further that, unlike the government or the Conservative government previously, we actually accepted legislative changes made by a committee to this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to start by expressing my disappointment at the way that the government has come to use time allocation so routinely when we've hardly even been in this place for 6 months. And I want to say that the government's argument about the time constraints because of the Supreme Court ruling are troubling to me, because of the fact of the matter is A tight timeline isn't an excuse to pass a bad law, and government members in committee had ample opportunity to make this a better law. They chose not to, and because of that, we need extra time in this House to make it a better law, Mr. Speaker. That was a choice of government members on the committee, not a choice of those in opposition who now want the opportunity to try and improve this bill before it goes forward. And the fact of the matter about the deadline, Mr. Speaker, is that if this bill passes in its current form, we're not meeting the deadline anyway, because the instruction of the Supreme Court was to confer collective bargaining rights, real collective bargaining rights, to RCMP members by May 16th. This bill in its current form does not do that, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to miss the deadline by passing this bill anyway.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
The honourable member, it is of real urgency that we pass this bill. The honourable member is right that on May 16th, that's the deadline. And after which the Public Service Labour Relations Act will apply to RCMP. There's going to be a lot of confusion around this. In fact, that act was never designed to apply to the RCMP, and part of this legislation is, in fact, to adapt it to do so. And to have our national police force operating under that kind of uncertainty and ambiguity from a labour relations perspective is very bad. It's bad from a public safety perspective. And we are doing the right thing. And again, the honourable member is fairly new to this House, and I welcome him, and he's working hard as a member of Parliament. I enjoy working with him. But the fact is that we as a government accepted legislative changes from the committee. If he had been here in the last Parliament, the Conservatives never would have accepted legislative changes made by committee. We are engaging committees respectfully. Under us, committees aren't branch plants of ministers' offices.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what troubles me, I do appreciate the minister referring to the amendments made at committee. That was a Conservative-led initiative to strike sections 40 and 42 from Bill C-7 that would have created an uneven regime of health and occupational safety for our members of the RCMP from coast to coast. So I do recognize they removed that after urging of the Conservative. But what troubles me greatly, Mr. Speaker, and I know that minister and members of his caucus, particularly in provinces served by the RCMP, they're hearing from rank-and-file members who are still upset about C-7, don't understand certain ramifications of it, yet we're seeing them limit debate on this important act that impacts them in a way that actually goes against what they were suggesting when they were in opposition. So we have a closure motion, Mr. Speaker, being brought forward on a day they announced a committee about modernizing our democracy. The irony is shocking, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Democratic Renewal lectures us here today on modernizing our democracy, and now this minister is getting up and suppressing debate that will impact the lives of thousands of RCMP members across the country. He has not allowed their voice to be heard in this House, Mr. Speaker. He should stand now and apologize to those members across the country for not taking their considerations into the debate in this House by closing down the debate, Mr. Speaker. Can he stand and apologize to those members?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, the honourable member, whom I have considerable respect, and I've known him a long time, ought to realize that the urgency in the situation was one created by his government in failing to act more quickly and more expediently in response to the Supreme Court decision. We inherited as a government a situation that needed to be addressed. We did request an extension and were granted a 4-month extension, and we acted after that. We engaged Parliament. We engaged the committee process. In fact, we accepted a legislative change from the committee because we respect the role that all members of Parliament from all parties play in committees in terms of the role in crafting legislation. That is in stark contrast to his previous Conservative government's approach to the management of committees and the passing of legislation. But that doesn't obviate the need to act and to act expediently when we have our national police force and the labor relations of our national police force under considerable uncertainty post May 16th. We have a responsibility to act, and as a government, we take that seriously.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to ask the President of the Treasury Board, given that the Supreme Court ruled that the current RCMP labour relations regime is unconstitutional, and given that the government has moved to respect the Supreme Court ruling, can he outline the steps that the government has taken to meet the Supreme Court wishes so that there will be collective bargaining for the RCMP members and reservists?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Quadra and Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury Board for her question. This bill does give RCMP the rights to collective bargaining. It does reflect a consultation process that was conducted, in fact, under the previous government, but the consultation, RCMP across Canada participated in a consultation process, and this bill not only complies with the Supreme Court decision, but seeks to reflect broadly the views of rank-and-file RCMP members for whom we have tremendous respect. It is, this is something that, as a government, we respect the decision of the Supreme Court. We've moved with this legislation to meet the demands of the Supreme Court to ensure that RCMP do, in fact, or are given collective bargaining rights, and that's what this bill actually achieves. And when there was a legislative change proposed by the committee, we accepted that. And myself and the Minister for Public Safety made it very clear when we met with committee that we would work with committee and accept reasonable legislative changes as long as we can still move forward and comply with the Supreme Court decision.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The government has predicated its entire decision to legislate unionization of the RCMP on a Supreme Court decision and has relied on the labor relations model that was established by Justice Ivan Rand, the author of the famous Rand formula. I presume the Treasury Board President supports the Rand formula, and he nodded, so I take that as a yes. The formula comes from a ruling in the late 40s in which the Justice said, and I quote, "Unguarded power cannot be trusted, and the maintenance of social balance demands the use and exercise of power be subject to controls. Politically, this resides in alert public opinion and the secret ballot." Mr. Justice Ivan Rand understood the essential nature of a secret ballot for democratic decision-making. Why won't the government extend that right to RCMP members?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I thought coming from the Honourable Member he'd be quoting Ayn Rand, another Rand, but in any case, Mr. Speaker, the previous government, in part of their war on organized labour, brought in Bill C-525, which further toxified and rendered sulfuric relations with organized labour, not just within the public service, but with organized labour across Canada. We committed in opposition in our platform and as a government, and we followed through in terms of bringing forward legislation to repeal the provisions of C-525. We believe that was the right approach. Now, and as a government, we followed through on our commitments to reverse what the Conservatives did in terms of C-525, And as such, we would not impose on the RCMP an approach in terms of labour relations that is distinct from what every other union in Canada operates under. So we disagree fundamentally with the way the Conservatives approached this issue in terms of C-25. And it's also important to realize that C-4 actually gives a choice between a card check or a secret ballot, but we are not going to impose that on Canada's unions, on Canada's labour movement, which was an error that the previous government made. And it was, again, it further toxified relations with organized labour, and we disagreed with it then, and we followed through on our commitment to change that and to impose on the RCMP a regime that is different from what every other union in Canada operates on would make no sense.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Chambly, Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In hockey, we often say that the Canadians' record when they won 5 Stanley Cups in a row will never be something that will be achieved again. And I thought that we would be saying the same thing about the Liberal Party and these gag orders, but I see not, because they're keep bringing in these time allocation motions. Sometimes people in this place have short memories, so I'd like to bring out a quote from the member for Winnipeg North, who's now the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and he said,
"Relying on a time allocation motion to get its agenda passed speaks of incompetence. It speaks of a genuine lack of respect for parliamentary procedure and ultimately for Canadians." And in this case, Mr. Speaker, you could argue it's for the RCMP as well. Moi, je veux comprendre, et si on parle du
So I'd like to understand here, because we look at the content of the bill, we look at the tactics aren't limited here. There's also a smokescreen being put forth by the minister. He's talking about amendments, but the amendments, Mr. Speaker, Liberal amendments, Liberals coming from Liberal members, but not amendments being proposed by any of the opposition members. So they're using the same tactics as the Conservatives, who said, well, we're listening to members. Well, yes, if they were of the right political stripe, the president of the Treasury board, could he tell us, please, if he does not find this a bit embarrassing?
Monsieur le Président, j'apprécie beaucoup la question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. It's very important to acknowledge that we inherited a situation that is very urgent, where we were facing a Supreme Court decision which recognized the right for the members of the RCMP to collectively bargain. The Supreme Court recognized that and gave us an extension to May 16th of this year. But it's very important for us to take action. And that's exactly what we did. We showed a great deal of respect for Parliament and for the work of the committee. We accepted contributions and changes to our bill from the committee, the colleague from the Conservative Party.
For the change, so I would suggest that the New Democrats and the Conservatives get this straightened out, because you're saying that the New Democrats are saying we haven't accepted anything from opposition. We got the Conservatives taking credit for it, and we can't if they're squabbling among themselves, Mr. Speaker, it makes our situation very difficult to try to adjudicate who's telling the truth on this. But I can say that regardless of the source of if something does not compromise the ability for our response to comply with the Supreme Court, we were open. And as we were in terms of taking out the JICA changes, we can deal with those potentially in the future and have more fulsome debate on that. But we do have a strict timeline to respect. We take that seriously. We inherited this situation from the previous government, and we have needed to act, and we have acted.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask, the SCCU committee decided to remove the GECA provisions, Section 40 and 42, and we've heard from the RCMP members from across the country about this, and that they're happy that Parliament and the government heard their calls. I'd like to ask the Honourable President of the Treasury Board, why was the government okay with removing these clauses?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you. Well, first of all, when the Minister of Public Safety and I met with the committee, we made it clear that we would take the work of the committee and the input of the committee seriously. And we respect Parliament. We respect the important work done by committees. The removal of these provisions do not compromise the legislation in terms of complying with the Supreme Court decision. And in the fullness of time, we can have a discussion around this in the future, and perhaps we will do that. There were some concerns expressed in terms of the JICA provisions, and we heard those concerns and removed or accepted the removal of those provisions from the Act. We think that demonstrates a lot of good faith in terms of respect for Parliament, respect for committees. There's a lot of good work at committees, and frankly, the functioning of committees can be far less partisan than what goes on in this House, particularly in question period. But it is really, I can say this as somebody who's spent a lot of time working on committees over the years, and we have a lot of new members of Parliament. The work that members of Parliament do on committees is valuable and important. This government understands that and intends to harness the creativity and wisdom and hard work of all members of Parliament from all parties on committees as we move forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
And I heard from my colleague here that there was consultation that was done. However, I'm hearing from RCMP officers, not only in my community as the largest attachment in the country, but right across this country, that the RCMP members have not been consulted. And I'd like the honourable member to tell us how these members were consulted, because you had said that they were, and especially when you're shutting down debate at this point in time.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I thank the honourable member for her question. The consultation was actually an extensive consultation that was conducted. In fact, and she was not a member of the previous Conservative government, but the consultation actually took place under the previous government, and it was an extensive survey of RCMP members. This bill does seek to reflect that, and it's important. One of the most the areas where there were concerns raised was around the JICA provisions. We accepted legislative changes from committee. The reality is we have a responsibility to act with a May 16th deadline. We do not feel comfortable with the uncertainty and ambiguity that will exist until we have a new law in place that respects the Supreme Court decision. And it's not in our national interest or in the interest of public safety to have our national police force, the RCMP, under this kind of uncertainty. This is something we have a collective responsibility in this House, all members of Parliament, to act on something this important with the Supreme Court decision looming, and we did that.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Friend, the President of the Treasury Board. This is a nonsense that the Supreme Court deadline should dictate the suppression of democracy in this place with the use of closure. It is deeply ironic to hear Conservative members attacking this government for using closure, but attack you we must, because closure is anti-democratic. The fact that those people in government used it 100 times in 4 years is appalling, but that does not give the new Liberal government license to suppress democratic debate in this House through the fiction that there will be some sort of chaos across the land if RCMP officers are suddenly allowed to collectively bargain in the absence of this legislation. There is no harm done in public policy if we miss the deadline, but there is harm done to suppress debate.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, the honourable member is entitled to her opinion. I always listen to her interventions with great interest, and sometimes she's right. I disagree with her on this, because I actually do think that uncertainty and in absence of a clear legislative response to the Supreme Court after May 16th, that is not a good situation in terms of our national police force, and that we do have a responsibility to act, to provide certainty in terms of the labor regime under which our national police force will be governed. We take that seriously, and that is an issue around, of course, we recognize the collective bargaining rights of RCMP, and we support, and understand the Supreme Court's decision. I would think the honourable member would as well. But the legislation we have now, the Public Sector Labour Relations Act, does not, in its current form, really fit or suit the RCMP, and that's effectively there's going to be conflict between the RCMP regime, our existing Public Sector Labour Relations Act, and we don't think that's in the interest of the RCMP, in the interest of public safety, and we have had to act with that. But in the process of that, we have actually accepted legislative changes made at committee, and we have and will continue to do our utmost to engage Parliament, to engage committees meaningfully as we craft legislation and move it forward in this House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board's remarks, because on the one hand he says we don't want to impose something different on the RCMP than other unions have, and that was in response to an official opposition proposal. And on the other hand, he just stood up and said, I want to impose something different on the RCMP than the Public Sector Labour Relations Act. And what they've done in this bill is, of course, to take some things out of collective bargaining that are quite normal for all unions to bargain, including police unions. Every other existing police union bargains on the things that have been excluded. So obviously we need some more debate here so that we can make it clear to Liberals on the other side that in fact they are trying to establish something different and much more limited by taking things like harassment out of collective bargaining, really restricting the rights of the RCMP and perhaps even causing another court case.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I appreciate very much the question from the Honourable Member. He mentions the issue of harassment, and our government, our Prime Minister, our Minister of Public Safety, we have been absolutely clear on this, that there is a zero tolerance to harassment in the public service. There's a zero tolerance of harassment in the RCMP or in the military. That we have been, our message and our actions have been clear on that front. Beyond that, the RCMP are currently dealing with some of these issues now, and we believe that is absolutely important. This is not this is about a basic right for people to go to work and work in a workplace that is not a toxic workplace where they are subject to harassment, and that's not that is a basic right. We as a government understand the importance of that, and I can assure the honourable member and our Prime Minister, our Minister of Public Safety, our entire government is committed to ensuring that the RCMP is a place where sexual harassment is not tolerated in any way, shape, or form, and we are absolutely committed to that, and I assure the honourable member.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if we could have a comment from the honourable member on the relationship between Parliament as it exists now with the Supreme Court compared to what it was in the 41st Parliament, and how we're trying to improve things.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. Well, I remember a Justice Minister of the previous government publicly quarrelling with the Chief Judge of the Supreme Court of Canada. The government opposite, and particularly its genesis in the Reform Party and the Conservatives, when they were in office, they made no bones of the fact that they weren't big fans of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In fact, the 30th anniversary of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms occurred under the Conservative government, and they did virtually nothing to actually celebrate the Charter of Rights and freedoms. I mean, we know they were busy, finding the Franklin expedition, but the reality is, or the War of 1812, in fairness, they did recognize certain things. But the fact is, we as Canadians, and this is not a partisan issue, Canadians ought to be justifiably proud of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the court system under which we are governed. And the previous government did not actually understand that or appreciate it. It was a values disconnect between the previous government and Canadians on the Charter issue and the understanding of the importance of the courts.
In comments, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's breathtaking that in fewer than 5 legislative days, the government has delivered a series of body blows, bruising the democratic process in this House. First, they imposed closure on C-14 before fully two-thirds of the official opposition had a chance to speak. To a piece of proposed legislation which is clearly deficient and doesn't meet the demands, the direction of the Supreme Court. It is not being materially improved in committee. Today, the government stacks a committee on electoral reform and renews its pledge to deny Canadians the democratic right to vote in a referendum on such an important fundamental process in our democracy. And now the minister seeks to justify closure on this bill, an important bill on the importance of the secret ballot, by saying that 34 members of this House had spoken in debate. That's less than 10% of this House membership. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the minister realizes what an appalling track record that his government has set in such a brief period of time.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier of a toxic workplace. I think there's potentially health and safety risks, near toxic levels of hypocrisy coming from the Conservatives and attacking us when we have a Supreme Court decision with a deadline looming of May 16th to respond. The Conservatives, first of all, the reason we're in this position is they dragged their feet as a government and didn't act expediently, and as such put us in a very difficult position which we inherited from the previous government, where we were forced to seek an extension from the Supreme Court for 4 months, and within which we have acted. And then the Conservatives, who used time allocation they used it all the time. It was on a consistent basis. We know that the Conservatives, the leader of the Green Party, cited that earlier. They used it indiscriminately. When it didn't take a Supreme Court deadline for the Conservatives to do this. This is something we take seriously, our responsibility to ensure that we respond to the Supreme Court decision and we provide certainty in terms of the labour relations under which our national police force are governed.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Lake Eastman, Foreign Affairs. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, International Trade. It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House.
Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Ms. Wilson-Raybould, moved that, in relation to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill.
15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at the report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Leblanc, appuyé par Madame Wilson.
Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Ms. Wilson-Raybould, moved. That in relation to Bill C7.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bosio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. De Bruson.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-Lamétis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Masquis, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se...
All those who are opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Miss Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Miss May, Saanich Golf Island.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 135, 135.
La motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at report stage, and the motions in group number 1 of Bill C7, an act to amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures.
Dire informer la Chambre qu'en raison de
I must inform the House that because of the time allocation motion, government orders shall be extended by 30 minutes.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise today to speak about Bill C-7 and our government's response to the Supreme Court of Canada's decision. I would like to thank all of the members who have contributed to this important debate. I particularly would like to thank the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security for their hard work on this file, as well as the President of the Treasury Board for introducing this very timely legislation. 2 months ago, Mr. Speaker, a horrific event took place when an assailant approached the Armed Forces Recruiting Detachment in my riding of Willowdale and injured 2 members of our armed forces. Along with local police, the leadership, professionalism, and expertise of the RCMP was instrumental in resolving the situation. Our government is proudly committed to supporting the brave men and women of the RCMP, and I believe that this bill demonstrates our unwavering support for one of Canada's proudest institutions. Last week, Mr. Speaker, members of this House contributed to the debate surrounding Bill C-14, another important piece of legislation catalyzed by a Supreme Court decision. I'm proud, once again, that our government is heeding a Supreme Court decision in an appropriate and balanced manner. As my honourable colleague from the riding of Monterville stated on Monday, in its decision that found the previous labour relations regime unconstitutional, the Supreme Court determined that Staff Relations Representative Program, which was imposed upon RCMP members, violated their charter rights because it did not allow members any option for representation, nor did it provide an effective mechanism for dispute resolution. Fundamentally, the proposed legislation provides RCMP members and reservists with a process to choose their representatives, as well as the process by which they may independently and collectively pursue their workplace interests and objectives. Doing so will allow the RCMP to more effectively negotiate in regards to arbitration, unfair labour practices and grievances, and many other issues. Recognizing that the RCMP is part of the federal government, Bill C-7 extends to members exclusions that already apply to most other public servants, such as staffing, pensions, organization of work, and assignment of duties. The RCMP had previously been excluded from collective bargaining rights available to public service employees. The labor relations regulations did not provide a forum to address wage issues, lacked independence, and generally provided RCMP members with limited collective bargaining options. Bill C-7, therefore, not only ensures the constitutionality of our laws, but finally brings the RCMP within a recognized bargaining framework from which they have too long been excluded. Bill C-7 aligns the RCMP's labor relations regime with that of other federal public servants, provisions of which have been in place for over 40 years. In fact, the RCMP is the only police force in Canada without a collective agreement. The government is committed to working closely with our provincial and territorial partners, and this bill will bring RCMP labor relations in line with the standards in place at other levels of government. We believe that strong internal regimes already exist to deal with aspects of the collective bargaining process not explicitly dealt with by Bill C-7. For example, the RCMP Pension Advisory Committee serves to administer, design, and fund member pension benefits. Labor Management Relations Committees are in place to deal with workplace conduct issues. Occupational Health and Safety Committees help ensure the safety of RCMP employees. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and subsequent regulations establish internal recourse procedures, while the Public Service Labor Relations Act provides a regulatory framework for more technical matters. We believe, therefore, that Bill C-7 is a strong addition to the existing regimes governing the RCMP and its members, including internal policies and practices. Bill C-7 recognizes the important role of the RCMP as Canada's national force for ensuring the safety and security of Canadians. Our government is committed to listening and engaging with Canadians on the issues that matter to them most. As with all legislation introduced by our government, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-7 has benefited from in-depth consultations with those most likely to be impacted. The consultation process was led by an independent third party, Mr. Alain Jolicoeur, who engaged extensively with not only the RCMP, but with labour groups and other provincial and territorial partners to ensure that the proposed legislation is well-rounded and pragmatic. I am proud to report that more than 9,000 regular members completed the survey and over 650 people participated in town hall sessions. In a recent survey of RCMP members conducted by the independent consultant during the summer of 2015, most respondents expressed their support for the type of framework that has been put forward for the consideration of this House. We feel that this legislation responds appropriately to the Supreme Court's decision, recognizing the primacy of public safety and the crucial role the RCMP provides. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the member knows there are certainly aspects of this legislation that we agree with, but we don't understand why this government would deny the right to vote in a secret ballot on certification to the hardworking members of the RCMP. These are people who put their lives on the line to defend our democracy. And doesn't the member believe that they should have the same rights in the process of certification to vote by secret ballot that Canadians, in fact, enjoy when they elect their members of parliament?
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you for the honourable member's question. That obviously is a very valid concern. As you know, this particular legislation was adopted after very, very extensive consultations. There were consultations with labour groups, there were consultations with members, and what was produced is something that reflects all of the priorities and all of the elements that were suggested to us.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question from my honourable friend. You mentioned earlier, and so did some of your colleagues earlier, mentioned about the concern for the RCMP members. Now, less than 1/3 responded to this survey, and a very small percentage actually went to the town hall meetings. Do you think it's fair in your assumption that you did not give the members of Parliament, whether it's your side?
I remind the Honourable Member to speak through the Speaker and not directly across the hall.
Appropriate that the members from all sides of this House were only given 2 days after the release of the report to go back and maybe talk to some of the RCMP members in their ridings to get feedback from them, since it was so important to the Liberal government, so important to get that information initially. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for that question. Once again, I did want to reiterate the reality that there were very, very extensive consultations. There were consultations with various levels of government. There were consultations with members of the RCMP. And from all the information that I have been provided, and I've had an opportunity to review, a majority actually voted in favour of the provisions that you will find in this proposed bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments and wisdom on this particular piece of legislation. I do think it's worthy of note, not only have there been many hours of debate inside the chamber on it, that even once it went into the committee stage where we saw a great number of presentations, but most importantly, I think there was a sense of cooperation, from what I understand, where we ultimately even saw the legislation be amended in some fashions, Mr. Speaker. And I think that speaks volumes in terms of just the way in which, when we are approaching committees, that if in fact there are some ideas in which you can build some consensus on, that in fact you are successful. And I understand, even though they were government amendments, that there were initiatives that were in part suggested by official opposition in particular. And I'm just wondering if the member might want to provide some comment in regards to, yes, this is a Supreme Court a deadline that we have to operate under, and it's one of the reasons why we're at this stage we're at right now today. But there not only was a consultation, but the government did take a very much an open process in going through the system, and that was demonstrated even at the committee stage.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Absolutely. Of course, this was an issue that came before the Supreme Court. In deciding on the proposed legislation, there was a thorough examination of the decision rendered by the Supreme Court. In addition to that, to ensure that the members of the RCMP were well served, there were extensive consultations with an assortment of other groups, and of course, most significantly, with members of the RCMP. That having been said, however, we appreciated full well that there was a window that the Supreme Court had provided us with a very tight time frame within which we had to respond and come up with a very balanced piece of legislation. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I want to start by sincerely thanking the Nanaimo detachment of the RCMP for the work they do every day in our community to keep us safe. There are 151 sworn members of the RCMP who form the ranks in Nanaimo. They join over 18,000 members from across the country. And this is important to remember when we're talking about this bill. This doesn't just affect 151 people in my riding. It doesn't just affect 18,000 officers from across the country. It affects families, spouses, and grandparents, and children, and their classmates, and our entire community. I'm going to take a moment to say how proud I am of the work that the RCMP members do in Nanaimo. They have a fantastic bike patrol unit. They're really eyes and ears on the ground in our community. They work municipal traffic. They have a criminal intelligence unit, a canine dog unit. They work hard on victim services. And when we do homelessness counts in our community, they know every citizen who is living rough. They know where they are. They keep track of them. They're very good people, and they're part of the fabric of our community. They host open houses to show the public what's happening behind the scenes. They fundraise for victim services. They proudly attend community events in our riding, like the Marine Festival Parade, and they ensure that roads remain safe during Ladysmith's Christmas Light Up Festival. So, with that backdrop in our community, collective bargaining is about respect. And to foster respect for workers and their rights, and to create a safe working environment, to reward workers for their dedication and growth. And that allows employees to have a voice and enables employers to listen. And the cornerstone of collective bargaining is respect. It's that simple. It is respect. Collective bargaining is a right that is enjoyed by a vast majority of federal workers, and those rights generally allow workers to be part of the conversation about staffing levels, deployment and relocation, and sexual harassment, except the RCMP. Now, Janelle Canning-Lou and her husband recently wrote to me about Bill C-7. They're both serving members of the RCMP, and they've collectively served in 12 posts in 4 divisions. And they say that they view C-7 as a slap in the face. They say, instead of empowering us, it legislates the takeaway of fundamental rights of negotiation in the area of officer safety and working conditions. And she isn't wrong to feel that way. The negotiation of officer safety is a right that every other police association in the country is granted. There's so much for respect. Now, the RCMP members and the NDP support and recognize that meaningful collective bargaining should extend well beyond the issue of pay and benefits alone. There must be a mechanism in this bill to support improved workplace safety and finding a resolution to the unresolved issue of sexual harassment complaints by members of the RCMP. The extent of sexual harassment problems in the force has been extensively documented, and it's been widely covered in the media. And just yesterday, a senior member of RCMP management was charged with sexual harassment. And this followed a class action lawsuit of 400 RCMP members on sexual harassment in the force. How especially troubling, how appalling it is that this was explicitly excluded from this bill. It's a great failure. Rural officers in particular have concerns around the unresolved issues around workplace safety. I think of Mayerthorpe and Moncton, both terrible tragedies where there was terrible loss of life of RCMP members, and there are remaining issues as to the extent to which they were protected. These men and women stand up for us, and we should stand up for them. Another failure of this bill is around uniforms. The prevention of bargaining with management about the selection, function, maintenance, and replacement of uniform pieces does not make sense. RCMP members are using this equipment daily, and this bill will restrict them from using their frontline knowledge about the safest and most efficient pieces of equipment. That kind of inside knowledge could be invaluable and could have saved time, money, and most importantly, lives. Secondly, employee transfers should not be removed from the bargaining process. Transfers should be a part of the conversation that takes into account workers' input to ensure that they are being fairly administered. A transfer can be a life-changing event for officers, their families, and our communities. In Canada, we've got many remote areas with very high costs of living. We've got very isolated communities as well. And some of these communities have a real lack of access to basic necessities like affordable, safe childcare. So members need to be involved in those decisions. They need to have those be matters for collective bargaining. Now, Corporal Clover Johns in Nanaimo wrote to me saying that the removal of the restrictions on transfers and equipment would not hamper RCMP operations, but in fact would likely improve them, allowing more harmonious problem-solving, stronger employer-employee relations, and higher member morale. Working together to solve problems creates stronger employer-employee relations and higher member morale. That is respect, and that is what collective bargaining should look like. The motto of the RCMP is Maintien le droit, or maintain the rights. Bill C7 provides less rights for members of the RCMP than other police. Unfortunately, the government has failed to adopt the amendments that the NDP put forward at committee. These were reasonable amendments, such as allowing workplace safety and sexual harassment concerns to become matters for collective bargaining and arbitration between RCMP and management, RCMP members and management. We should hear those concerns, and we should act upon them. Enabling meaningful collective bargaining will not only benefit the members and their institution, but will benefit all Canadians. Now, the government's bill excludes everything from collective bargaining except pay and benefits, and I expressed great concern about this during the debate before second reading. Yet I voted in favour at that stage with the optimism that these amendments could be made at committee. I hear most witnesses at committee express great concern about what was left out of this collective bargaining agreement. The government failed to expand collective bargaining by agreeing to the amendments that the NDP proposed at committee, and this, in our view, means that the bill fails to live up to the court's direction. And now the government has just voted to shut down debate on this important bill. Just did it. The government could have chosen to make a bad bill better. It could have done that at committee. But closing down debate today is the final process failure. Shutting down debate does not help meet the court deadline. Shutting down debate just reinforces the failure of process on this. The government has already failed to meet the court ruling, really, because it failed to write legislation that gives the RCMP members access to true collective bargaining. So today I will vote in favour of the report amendments proposed by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. They don't go as far as the amendments that the NDP proposed at committee, but they are our last chance to repair this flawed bill. given the government's refusal to truly extend the right to collective bargaining to RCMP members. If the amendments are not approved today by the government and by this House, I will vote against the bill. Finally, Corporal Johns from Nanaimo reminds me that members of this House have what RCMP members do not. We hold the power to listen and to voice their concerns when they were not afforded an opportunity to. We have the power to enact just laws that enhance the National Police Force, to treat its members fairly and advance public safety in Canada. We should do that today, and we should guarantee members of the police in Canada equitable, open, harmonious labour practices.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for her speech. I do want to ask her about the issue of the special ballot, the secret ballot as well. The NDP has expressed the concern in the past that secret ballots somehow can lead to intimidation, and I've never really understood how that's possible, but particularly when we're talking about a public sector organization, particularly when we're talking about the RCMP. Would the NDP support the idea of ensuring that RCMP officers have access to a secret ballot? And if not, why not? What's the problem with a secret ballot in this context when we use secret ballots to elect our members of Parliament?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I think I hear a bit of a broken record in here, so I will respond to the member by saying how absolutely proud I am to live in a community that is so well served by the RCMP. We see again and again every day how well they stand up for us, and I will stand up for them and with them with great gratitude for their work, and I urge every member of this House to offer to RCMP members across the country the respect that they give to us, and we should work together to support them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the member for a thoughtful presentation. I just go on record, I had two members also approach me about what was not included. Some of the items were not included, they would like to be included. And some of the responses I get when I asked about this is, first of all, of course, there was this large consultation. The second point was that there was the template was very similar to what's in other police forces, which I wouldn't know. And the other was that there were other mechanisms in the RCMP to where they could voice those concerns or deal with those, although one of those members said those mechanisms didn't work. So I wonder if the member could comment on any of those alternatives.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Yeah, I thank the member for his question. The points don't line up with what I heard from members in my own riding. We got a lot of mail on this. They really expressed uniformly concern with the process, with the content, the way that they felt that they had been discriminated against all these years. It took a court case to actually have a very strong ruling identifying that they were not being treated in a manner that was equivalent to other federal workers and other police officers, and they've continued to express their great disappointment about this bill, and they are urging us to vote against it, that they would rather deal with the courts than have an inadequate legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to compliment my friend from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, on her great speech, and also recognize the important work she has done as the NDP's Status of Woman critic. And so my question to my friend from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, is just looking at this bill through the lens of her critic portfolio, what kind of a message does it send to the strong women of the RCMP, the fact that harassment has been kept from the bargaining process? Just curious as to her thoughts on that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
thank the member for his question. This is a circular question and something that I think is so important to the country moving forward. We are, many of us who have been working on the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls file, let alone the domestic violence, gender-based violence work that the Status of Women Committee is working on. We are very concerned about the underreporting of gender-based or sexual crimes, and we are afraid that it has to do with a lack of trust in our national police. So if we can't have members themselves able to freely complain and have their complaints about sexual harassment dealt with and adjudicated in a conventional way, the way that any other labor force would have, how can we expect the more vulnerable members of our community to have faith in the police force? This is a key issue that our country has to grapple with, and we've got a lot of work to do in this area. Our police need to be empowered, our members need to be empowered, and that in turn may well create more faith in the system and may empower the most vulnerable members of our society who are repeatedly victimized. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. A point of order. The honourable member for Calgary, no, who is it? Oh, sorry, just a second here. Calgary, Rocky Ridge has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to respond to the specific points raised on April 18th by the House Leader of the NDP regarding motion M43. The NDP House Leader referenced Standing Order 68, subsection 4, and O'Brien and Bosk at page 722 to make his argument that only ministers can instruct a committee to prepare and bring in a bill. As you know, Madam Speaker, Standing Order 68, subsection 4 is the standing order that sets out a procedure that allows a minister to consider a motion under government orders that instructs a committee to prepare and bring in a bill. The NDP House Leader argued that because there was a mechanism for ministers to do this, a private member could not. I would agree with the NDP House Leader that a private member could not move a motion of instruction under government orders. That's a given. But to make the case that a private member under no condition can instruct a committee to prepare and bring in a bill is a false argument. The reference he made to O'Brien and Bosk on page 722 states, quote, "A committee may be instructed to prepare and bring in a bill, or a committee may be appointed for that specific purpose. Motions to this effect may be moved only by a minister." End quote. That statement is accompanied by footnote 65 that references Standing Order 68, subsection 4. We already know that Standing Order 68.4 is a provision exclusively for the use of ministers. The O'Brien and Bosk reference is there to explain that only a minister can propose a motion under government orders to instruct a committee to prepare and bring in a bill pursuant to Standing Order 68.4. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, M43 does not reference Standing Order 68, subsection 4. It does not concern itself in any way what a minister can and cannot do during government orders or whenever. It concerns itself with an instruction to a committee by a private member during private member's business and then sets out a procedure to make it happen. In part, it reads, quote, "And that the tabling of a report pursuant to this order shall be in order to bring in a bill based thereon, and when the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge proposing a motion for first reading of a bill states that the bill is in response to the recommendations contained in a report pursuant to this order, the second reading and subsequent stages of the bill shall be considered under private member's business, and the bill shall be placed immediately at the bottom of the order of precedence of private member's business as a votable item in the name of the member of Calgary Rocky Ridge," end quote. Footnote 65 from O'Brien and Bosk also references a time when there was a standing order setting out procedures for private members to instruct a committee to prepare and bring in a bill. But it was removed because it was seldom used. So now we no longer have a mechanism in our permanent rules to allow a private member to instruct a committee to prepare and bring in a bill. That does not mean that we cannot create one. There is no impediment to a private member proposing standing order changes to this House, whether they are permanent, sessional, and or special and specific to one item. If you're looking for an example, Madam Speaker, I refer you to the motion from the last Parliament that proposed, quote, that Standing Order 11, subsection 2 be replaced with the following. The Speaker or Chair of Committees of the Whole, after having called the attention of the House or of the committee to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or repetition, including during responses to oral questions, may direct the member to discontinue his or her intervention, and if then the member still continues to speak, the Speaker shall name the member, or, if in committee of the whole, the Chair shall report the member to the House." End quote. Who proposed that, Madam Speaker? The NDP House Leader. Just because M43 is exclusive to a specific item and proposes a temporary mechanism to allow a private member to instruct a committee to prepare and bring in a bill does not make it any different from a motion proposing to permanently change a specific procedure of this House as the NDP proposed in the 41st Parliament. We are, after all, Madam Speaker, masters of our own procedures, provided we don't go beyond anything conferred upon us by the Constitution. And M43 clearly does not violate the Constitution. It's a good idea with a workable process that is within the scope of the authority of this House and that of a private member. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for the additional information, and certainly it will be taken under advisement as the Speaker of the House will be weighing in on this, preparing his report to bring to the House in response to the questions that were put forth. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, and before I do that, I do want to indicate that I may have to interrupt the proceeding at some point. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I have the opportunity to rise and address what is a very important piece of legislation. As we said virtually from the onset, Madam Speaker, we need to recognize that this legislation that we have before us today is a direct result of a Supreme Court of Canada decision, a decision in which does need to be respected. And the good news about this legislation, Madam Speaker, is it recognizes the fine work that members of our RCMP have conducted over the many, many years of their existence. I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, that in fact it would be unanimous in terms of just the manner in which the RCMP and the services that they have provided over the many, many different years. And what this legislation it does at its very core is it does allow for the establishment of the bargaining process, something in which many different police organizations in the country already have today. So many look at it as something that is long overdue. We recognize the valuable contribution that our Supreme Court has done in terms of just pushing the issue forward. And it's I believe, a credit to the government today, and particularly our Prime Minister, in recognizing how important it is to comply with the Supreme Court decision by bringing forward the legislation that we have today. It's also, I think, very important for us to recognize that this legislation, in going through the process, was acknowledged as something that was not only important through second reading, but also to recognize that we have amendments that were actually accepted at the committee stage, many of which were encouraged and supported from the opposition. And at the end of the day, we now have a situation due to deadlines, Madam Speaker, where we have to try to move it through the House, given the very, very limited and precious time that we have to be able to debate important issues such as this. I see you're anxious to get up because I know, Madam Speaker, we have some questions that need to be put. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to say a few words.
It being 5:45 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House. La mise aux voix porte sur la...
The question is on motion number 1. The vote on this also applies to motions number 2 and 3.
Seconded by Mr. Plamondon, move that Bill C-7 be amended by deleting Clause 1. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient...
All those in favor will please say yay.
All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinions, the nays have it. Just call in the members. Call in the members.
La mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro 1.
The vote is on motion number 1. The vote on this motion applies to motions 2 and 3. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Plamondon. Move that Bill C7 be amended by deleting clause 1. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Ms.
Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Sweet.
Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those who oppose the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Bagler.
Mr. Bagler.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice Land.
Ms. Alice Land.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jeffnesky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamette.
Mr. Lamette.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Toledo.
Mr. Pesky-Toledo.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petpa Taylor.
Ms. Petitpat Taylor.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Graywell.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamétis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnab.
Mr. Rosnab.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serry.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacat.
Mr. Seacat.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Van Dyne.
Mr. Van Dyne.
Ms. Vandendal.
Ms. Vandendal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owensound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owentown.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Yeas pour 50, 50. Nays contre 250, 250.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Radio Lakes is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think you'll find that the member from Beloit Chambly entered the House after you had finished reading the motion, so I don't believe that his vote should be counted here.
From New Westminster, Burnaby is rising on the same point of order.
Oui, merci, Monsieur.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Beloit-Chambly is much smarter than me, so I'm sure that he knew exactly what he was voting on. But that having been said, we have different interpretations this over the years.
Be important for you to clarify, particularly given the number of votes we're getting because of the closure motions coming from this government. And exactly when a member's vote would no longer count. At what point is the cutoff, Mr. Speaker?
Okay. I thank honourable members for their interventions on this. The rule is that members have to be in their seats, and by the way, stay in the seats except when they get up to vote, when the Speaker starts reading the motion, because the important thing is that members hear what they're voting on, the whole thing. So members have to be in the chamber when the Speaker starts reading the motion.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly on the same point of order. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your wisdom, I will say that, yes, I was too late, and so my vote will not count this time. Thank you. I thank the honourable member from Belleuil-Chambly. And I declare motion number 1 defeated. Thus, motions 2 and 3 are also defeated.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Hare, moves that Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members. Oh, wait. As members are already here. And before we go to the call, I recognize the Honourable Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I think if you would seek it, you would find consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this one with the Liberal members voting yea.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply and will be voting no.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the NDP agrees to apply the vote, but will vote no this time, with the addition of the member for Belleuil-Chambly. The honourable member from Montcalm. We agree to apply, and we will vote in favour. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. We agree, but I will vote no.
Yeas pour 177, 177. Nays contre 123, 123.
I declare the motion carried. Yes, now? Be read a third time at the next sitting of the House. Agreed? Agreed. It being 6:33 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill C-227 in the name of Mr. Hussain, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, community benefit.
Mr. Hussain, seconded by Mr. Anandasangari, moves that Bill C-227, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, community benefit, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Debate. The Honourable Member for York South Weston. Members will please declare the chamber order.
Speaker, it is an honor in the House to speak to Canadians about my private member's bill C-227, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, community benefit. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the residents of York South Weston for giving me the confidence and the opportunity to be in the House of Commons to present this piece of legislation. Since I drew an early slot in the private members' lottery, I consulted widely and I heard extensively from various stakeholders. And I felt a special responsibility to put forward a piece of legislation that would greatly benefit all Canadians. Bill C-227 would amend Section 20 of the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act to include a provision that would give the Minister of Public Services and Procurement the flexibility to require bidders on federal construction, maintenance, and repair contracts to include information on the community benefits that the project would provide. But, Mr. Speaker, what are community benefits? Community benefits are essentially the social or economic benefits that result from a project, a development project above and beyond the project itself. These include, but are not limited to, local job creation, paid training, apprenticeships, affordable housing, or any other benefit that the community identifies. What are community benefit agreements? These are agreements between an infrastructure developer and the Minister of Public Services and Procurement that are developed after input from local community groups. CBAs are a new approach and a very important tool in empowering local communities to partner with developers in order to respond to local challenges. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, CBAs maximize the local economic impact of publicly funded development projects, producing quality jobs, training, contributing to a responsible growth and development and a healthier environment. My riding of York Southwestern, for example, has a section of the Eglinton LRT project, a project that has embraced a community benefits approach and is a great example of how a public works project can benefit a community above and beyond the project itself. I'll now present case studies, but before I do that, Mr. Speaker, according to a joint report from the Mowat Centre and the Atkinson Foundation, the Government of Canada, the Province of Ontario, and the City of Toronto alone have spent $23.5 billion per year procuring goods and services, including construction. Just imagine how communities would thrive, even if a portion of that expenditure had CBAs tied to it. We would have more local jobs produced. We would have more opportunities for local businesses because big construction contracts would be chopped down to bite-sized pieces. We would have more paid training and apprenticeships, and unions would have new blood inserted into their membership. Mr. Speaker, recently I held a roundtable in my riding in York Southwestern, the City of Toronto, with the Federal Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, the Honourable Amarjeet Sohi. We met 20 stakeholders that are, the Minister of, and we had over 20 stakeholders participate, and the message was clear, Madam Speaker. They wanted the Government of Canada to leverage spending on federal projects by increasing the local economic impact of these projects. They wanted community benefits to result from these projects above and beyond the project itself. They wanted federal leadership to result from this. Community benefits agreements are not new, Madam Speaker. They've been used for years in the United States and in many other parts of the world. There are great examples also of community benefit agreements working in our country, and these also highlight how they could work here. Social networks and Indigenous communities in Canada have signed community benefit agreements in various projects, including the 2010 Olympic Winter Games, Southeast Falls Creek Olympic Village, where a community benefits agreement was formed to create opportunities in the areas of training and acquisition of goods and services. The second example is the Waneta Expansion Project, where Columbia Power Corporation signed a community benefits agreement with the Kootenay Nation Council for the Waneta Expansion Project in British Columbia that included provisions for assistance to the community in small hydro development. And finally, the Eglinton Crosstown LRT project that is set to provide benefits to disadvantaged communities through equitable hiring practices, training, apprenticeship, local supplier, and social procurement opportunities where possible. In addition to this, other provinces such as Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Manitoba are either exploring or have already implemented a form of community benefit agreements. Just south of the border, Madam Speaker, in Los Angeles, one of the first successful pioneers of community benefit agreements, since 2001, organizations in this city have negotiated CBAs which range from living wage requirements to investments in parks and recreation. In the United Kingdom, in 2012, the Public Services Social Value Act was passed to promote social benefits through public sector procurement. According to this act, a commissioning authority must consider how the purchase might improve the economic, social, and environmental well-being of the relevant area, where everyone can get a slice of the development pie. All these case studies show very clearly that there is a growing realization that community benefit agreements are essential to public development projects. Experience also shows that CBAs can bring historically marginalized or excluded groups into the construction industry. Women, for example, represent more than 50% of the population, but just 2.6% of the construction industry labor force. Youth from underprivileged communities, veterans, and indigenous groups can also benefit from the community benefit agreements and become more involved in the construction industry. However, there are groups already addressing this issue, and I'll give 3 examples of those groups. The Hammerhead program in the Greater Toronto Area is a skill and employment-based training program with the construction industry that provides youth access to apprenticeship career opportunities to under-resourced and underprivileged communities. Helmet to Hard Hat is a Canada-wide program and is designed to provide opportunities to anyone who has or is serving in the Canadian Forces. And finally, I Am Eglinton is a pre-apprenticeship program in my riding of York Southwestern for Ontario Works recipients interested in a career in the construction and building trades industries. The program aims to provide participants with knowledge about the building trades and to expose them to working in the building trades and construction fields. By gaining real-life experience, networking with industry members, and gaining a secure foothold in the construction industry, the community benefits in addition to these individuals. My bill, Bill C-227, Madam Speaker, also allows for measures to make sure that there is an implementation of the community benefit agreements that are signed by developers, and there's also a measurement of outcomes. If Bill C-227 is passed, it will empower the Minister of Public Services and Procurement to require bidders on government-funded projects to explain the community benefits that result from these projects. It also enables the Minister to require from these developers to provide an assessment as to whether the project has indeed provided community benefits. The bill also requires the Minister to report back to Parliament at the end of every fiscal year to show and demonstrate what community benefits were delivered from the CBAs that were signed. Community benefit agreements are in line with our government's priorities, such as procurement modernization. In addition to this, Madam Speaker, the largest province in the country, Ontario, has already set a precedent for community benefits. Ontario has successfully made community benefits agreements in the context of infrastructure planning and investment. In conclusion, community benefit agreements that will emanate from Bill C-227 are particularly suited to my riding and many other communities which would benefit greatly from local and increased economic impact of federal building projects. Many communities in the US and Canada have already had many projects with a CBA component, but they have done this without a legislative framework. However, this is an idea that has passed the test in practical terms and in many communities. It has delivered. My bill is about bringing CBAs into the federal realm so that we can allow the Government of Canada to exercise leadership on community benefit agreements and take its benefits to all communities across Canada. If passed, we would have an amazing opportunity in which the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada would have CBA enshrined in law. And this would create a model for the rest of the country. It is also about making sure that we make sure that future federal projects involving the construction, maintenance, or repair of federal projects would result in community benefits for millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I'm asking my colleagues on all sides of the House for their support of my private member's bill, Bill C-227, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Community Benefit, so that we can have a community benefit approach enshrined in federal law. I welcome any amendments that my colleagues would bring forward at the committee stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's comments. I will not be supporting this bill. I do have some questions for him, actually one specifically. He made quite a bold statement that he had consulted extensively, and I'd like to know the range of that consultation. Were the key industry associations across Canada consulted, the ones whose members will be most impacted? For example, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, IE Canada. Were these organizations that represent small and medium-sized businesses and that will have to bear the burden of this additional red tape, were they consulted, and what was their response?
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his question. It's an important question. The consultation process with my bill is ongoing. I have consulted extensively with various groups, including the Canadian Building Trades Union, the Carpenters Union, and many other groups, and foundations and academic groups. They have told me clearly that this is an overdue measure, that this is something that the federal government should move on. I intend to continue the consultation process. We are only at the first stage, at the first hour of debate in second reading. We have more time to consult, and I commit to the honourable member that I will continue that process to make sure that we hear from all sides. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for York South Weston for his speech. Certainly, New Democrats also support the concept of community benefit agreements. However, we are concerned that simultaneously the Liberal government is ploughing ahead with trade deals like the Trans-Pacific Partnership that restrict procurement preferences at the subnational level. So I wonder if the member for York South Weston is confident that the community benefit agreements that he envisions will survive Liberal trade policy.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his support of the bill as well as his question. The issue of procurement is an important issue. My government has committed to modernizing the procurement process. In terms of Bill C-227, the similar piece of legislation in Ontario has survived trade agreements, which is Bill 6, and I intend to continue to consult with Canadians. My understanding is that Bill C-227 will be enshrined in federal law if it passes, and will enable the federal minister to use a community benefits approach when the project requires it, because not every project will have a community benefits outcome. There are projects that don't produce many benefits, but there are certainly some that will require a community benefits approach. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York. Sorry.
I'd like to commend my colleague for what is an extraordinary bill and one that will have the potential to transform infrastructure projects into not just good, strong economic development, but good, strong community development. Is the member aware that the Toronto Board of Trade, the Toronto Regional Board of Trade, has endorsed just such a policy as good economic policy, good economic development to get youth unemployment tackled in major regions, as has the Vancouver Board of Trade, as has the Montreal Area Board of Trade as a way of doing community development? And is the member also aware that the TPP actually allows for local procurement under one of its clauses to protect the ability for national and subnational governments to make sure that marginalized communities get jobs as part of any new trade agreement?
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. It is certainly the aim of my bill to make sure that through this piece of legislation, we can empower the Minister of Public Works and Public Services and Procurement to tackle the long-standing demand by communities to tackle youth unemployment and other communities that are neglected or underrepresented in the construction industry. And that is why the organizations named by my colleague are supporting a community benefits approach. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Sept-Chemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to congratulate my colleague for his speech and in his presentation, the member for York South Weston, for his private member's bill, which is so important, tabling a private member's bill in the life of a parliamentarian. And as he said himself, it's one of the very first that we are debating. So he's had little time to really develop this. And indeed, that brings me to raising a few points that
the basic of this bill is to adding the notion of a community benefit along with the already provided capacity to the minister by narrowing the definition of community benefit in the public work and government service department. It would expect the bidders to be fulfilling some additional requirements regarding community benefit if the minister wishes to obtain this information before handing the contract. And it would be expecting that the minister could ask a study to the contracted party so that they can precise the scale of the community benefit generated by the project. Then there would be an additional step, Madam Speaker. It would expect a report to the Parliament after each exercise that would evaluate if the works, repairs or maintenance generated any community benefit. Well, Madam Speaker, before I go any further in the comments I would like to make on that bill, I would like to comment on a poll that was done when we talked to business of this country, Madam Speaker. And basically what it says that company felt that there is too much red tape in Canada already, Madam Speaker. 69% of businesses in this country, Madam Speaker, find that there is too much red tape and that it is not helping to create jobs, create wealth, and create a lively community, Madam Speaker. I think in particular of farmers that have to produce red tape exactly in the middle of their high season, Madam Speaker. So it is very important as parliamentarian when we are tabling new legislation, although well-intended, and I don't doubt in any way the intention of the member to increase the benefit of the activity of the government, to make sure that we are not adding an extra layer of administrative task to those who are actually responding to the need of the government. Bien sûr, Madame la Présidente.
Of course, Madam Speaker, our party supports transparency within the government and during the awarding of federal contracts. And of course, we believe that it's vital to ensure that we are defending the local interest. When there are contracts that are awarded in a region, automatically there are benefits to stimulate the economy, and it's also important to support the workers at the local level. We believe in a neutral and rational contract award process that is good for taxpayers as well. This is what I'm afraid of with this bill, C-227, which is that it could be a double-edged sword in a way, because it would give discretionary power to the minister during the awarding of contracts process. And when we think of the tens of millions of contracts that are awarded every year by Public Services and Procurement Canada, this would really create a huge extra layer of paperwork and bureaucracy that seems totally unnecessary to me. And if we look at Section 7A of the Public Works and Government Services Act, it explains the framework and the different functions that the minister has. And here it mentions that the minister has to increase the efficiency and economy of the federal public administration and enhance integrity and efficiency in the contracting process. And so what happens with the bill we have before us, I mentioned that the minister should, in this bill, be able to ask for other reports from bidders and be able to table reports in the House. What we're talking about, Madam Speaker, is a great deal of extra mandatory paperwork, both for the bidders, but also for our officials that we're imposing on them, that just aren't necessary. So in the interest of small and medium businesses, it seems unnecessary to us. And I would ask my colleague to look at things that we could do to reduce paperwork. And I think of like what's done in New Brunswick, and I know what's happening in Quebec. My colleague talked about things that were done dealing with the building code. He might have mentioned several initiatives that our government put in place to reduce paperwork for veterans and others, for their independence, for example. We were simplifying the process. They don't have as much paperwork to fill in. They were having to fill in paperwork dealing with cleaning ladies and snow clearing or maintenance, whether it was window washing or minor things. And this had to be looked at by officials. It was over 100 million transactions that we had to oversee, and it was easier for our officials and our veterans. They have more important work to do than to oversee household cleaning bills and so on. So everyone came out a winner. The veterans were benefiting from this independence program, the VIP program, and this is an example that we could show them. The other thing is that Public Works has already put recommendations into place. And there was the Red Tape Reduction Task Force that was set up in 2011. Our government, under the minister, my colleague, the member for the Beauce, had implemented consultations across the country. We spoke to businesses everywhere to know how we could have a more effective and efficient government, but that also reduces paperwork and ensures that our businesses don't find themselves bogged down in administrative processes. So this is what we did, Madam Speaker. There were several recommendations that were issued, and 2 of them have been taken up by Public Works, particularly in terms of improving the procurement process. Following one of the recommendations that was set out in the report on the Red Tape Reduction Task Force, made improvements, particularly in terms of the famous database. The people who are working with Public Works are well aware of the MERX system, and they changed their way of doing things to have a much more enlightened procurement process, and they use digital technologies to help this as well. So all of this improved the delivery, and at the same time it reduced costs both for providers and for staff. And so this is an initial example I could give. The minister continued to evaluate the service using an electronic tendering system, which improved the government service delivery as well. Connect is another one that I mentioned wanted to mention at the outset here, and it's dealing with green submissions. They recommended that there should be improvements to the programs, and that's what Public Works has done. They improved the public services provided, and now there's a one-stop, one-shop option for people who want to look at that. People listening to us, people can go on MERX to the open bidding system, and then they can see what all the needs are of the federal government. They're all set out there, and they can see if they are in a position to meet those needs. And we know that what we're talking about mainly in this bill is things that affect real estate. So the MERC's website has become the official site for the federal government for procurement, and it is the main site for them, and it continues to be accessible to the public. So we can see, Madam Speaker, that what's important now is to simplify the processes, to try and ensure we're an efficient government that lightens the burden of this paperwork rather than bogging things down. And in the bill that's proposed today, it seems to us that this is more of an effort that would do the opposite and bog people down. It would give additional power to the minister, concentrate more power in his hands. And as I said, when we're talking about these kinds of transactions, it seems to us, if I may be so bold as to say, I'm afraid that it would just create a huge paperwork burden. And that is the reason why we are not in a position to support this bill today. Once again, we have to recall that if our businesses have to go through all of this additional paperwork, they will not be competitive. And so if we're going to achieve our goals, we can't do it, and we will not be able to support this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin on a point of consensus. I believe that all members of this House support investment in infrastructure. Now, we sometimes differ on how those funds are allocated. For example, in the recent federal budget, transit funding was allocated based on ridership, which is probably a good deal for a city like Toronto that has a very well-developed transit system, but it doesn't do much to help a city like Regina that needs funding to expand its transit system. So looking at the province of Saskatchewan as a whole, we will receive less than 1% of the transit funding from the budget, even though we comprise more than 3% of Canada's population. Another area on which we sometimes differ, Madam Speaker, is the conditions that government applies to infrastructure investment. The previous Conservative government required projects to be organized as public-private partnerships in order to receive federal funding. And one of the problems with that, Madam Speaker, is that public-private partnerships effectively involve paying a private business to borrow money at a higher interest rate than the government itself could access. So I was very active in the referendum campaign in Regina to keep our new wastewater treatment plant public. However, the city privatized this facility because it needed to be a P3 in order to receive federal funding. During the campaign, I talked about removing this restriction from federal infrastructure funding, and I'm very pleased that the federal government has now promised to do exactly that. We should be deciding on a case-by-case basis what financing model makes the most sense for which infrastructure projects. We shouldn't have the government arbitrarily saying that they have to be P3s. So I'm happy to work with the government to implement that change, but I'm also disappointed that the government has increased funding to P3 Canada, because that money, by definition, will only be available to projects that organize themselves as P3s. Now, another type of condition that we could talk about for infrastructure funding is domestic or local procurement. And if one of the goals of infrastructure spending is to boost the Canadian economy, then it certainly makes sense to buy domestic inputs and to hire Canadian workers. And I would recognize community benefit agreements as being one way of ensuring that public infrastructure spending translates into local jobs and local training opportunities. So New Democrats definitely support the basic principle behind this bill. However, it's also important to talk about some of the bill's limitations. Now, as was explained by the member for York South Weston, the bill allows the minister to negotiate community benefit agreements, but it does not commit the government to do anything. And I think it's also important to note that this is being put forward as a private member's bill rather than as government legislation. Now, I'm sure that the member for York South Weston is putting forward this bill in good faith. But let's also recognize that the Liberals have a long history of talking about community benefit agreements without actually doing very much. The member for York South Weston talked about a Metrolinx project, the Eglinton LRT, that included a community benefit agreement. Well, I'd like to talk about another Metrolinx project. This was the construction of the Union Pearson Express. And let's remember, Metrolinx is a crown corporation of the provincial Liberal government. And in building this, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Union Pearson Express upgrades, it refused to create apprenticeships, and almost none of the workers were hired locally. So there's a big difference between talking about community benefit agreements and actually implementing them. Now, another limitation of this bill, Madam Speaker, is that the government is simultaneously pushing ahead with trade deals like the Trans-Pacific Partnership that will restrict subnational procurement. And I've already asked whether the government is confident that community benefit agreements will not be challenged under the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And I think we heard kind of two answers to this point in the debate. One was that the analogous Ontario legislation so far has survived trade challenges, but obviously it hasn't been in place under the TPP, so it's hard to know whether it will survive that agreement. The other answer that we heard is that the TPP includes some sort of a carve-out for minority hiring, and that's not overly surprising given that the United States is involved in the agreement and does have some of those requirements itself. But it's not clear to me that that exemption is really going to be effective in allowing all of the community benefit agreements that we've talked about during the course of this debate. And I think that there is a real risk that Liberal trade policy is going to contradict the spirit, if not the letter, of this bill. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to take a moment to respond to some of the points made by the Conservatives in this debate. I was very impressed by the number of times that the member for Bellechasse used the term red tape. I don't know if he set a record for this Parliament, but it was quite a performance, and I salute him on that. But I don't think that just calling something red tape is necessarily a good argument, because let's be clear that this bill isn't applying requirements to private construction projects. What it's saying is that if a company wants to bid on a government infrastructure project, some of the contractual requirements could involve hiring local workers, providing local training, those sorts of things. So I really don't think it makes a lot of sense to call that red tape any more than we call any other type of requirement written into a contract red tape. Now, the other argument we heard from the member for Bellechasse, which I found maybe a little bit contradictory, was that the former Conservative government had done a lot of good things to kind of mandate the hiring of veterans as apprentices. So it sounded to me like that was maybe an example of a community benefit type agreement that worked, and certainly not something that we would want to dismiss as being red tape. Madam Speaker, in summary, I'm going to vote for this bill, but I am skeptical as to how many community benefit agreements it will actually produce. And to the extent that it does produce community benefit agreements, I'm skeptical that they will survive Liberal trade policy. Thanks very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourary Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support Bill C-227, an Act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act at second reading. But to put this bill in context, I'd like to take a moment to describe the department governed by that Act. Public Service and Procurement Canada serves as a vital foundation for the Canadian government. With the help of over 12,000 hardworking employees across Canada, the department acts as the government's principal treasurer, accountant, and real property manager. The department's efforts ensure that the government buys what it needs and guarantees that resources are in place for the future. This includes big-ticket items such as military procurement and large information technology systems, as well as other goods and services such as office supplies, fuel, and translation services. In total, PSPC manages about $15 billion on behalf of other government departments and agencies. This amounts to over 80% of total federal government procurement. Not only does this government department buy much of the goods and services for the Government of Canada, we also seek to make these purchases beneficial to communities and businesses across the country. For example, of the $15 billion in procurement the department manages each year, around 40% goes to Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises. Canada's unprecedented multi-billion-dollar national shipbuilding strategy is also giving rise to accomplishments beyond procurement. In addition to re-establishing a world-class shipbuilding industry, the National Shipbuilding Strategy is growing our economy, creating jobs for Canadians, and generating apprenticeship programs for Indigenous communities and women. This bill today is yet another example of our efforts to make government procurement work for all Canadians. The principles that underpin this private member's bill and its intended objectives are laudable and deserve further study in committee. I would first like to congratulate the member for York South Weston for his work on this private member's bill. When he introduced the bill, he stated he would like to empower communities to make development work for them. I think this is something every member of this House can support. Bill C-227 seeks to amend Section 20 of the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act to include a provision stating that the minister may, before awarding a contract for the construction, maintenance, or repair of public works, federal real property, or federal immovable, require bidders on the proposal to provide information on the community benefits that the project will provide. The bill also requires that a contracting party shall, upon request by the minister, provide the minister with an assessment as to whether the project has provided community benefits, and that the minister must table an annual report in Parliament assessing whether construction, maintenance, or repair projects have provided community benefit. Other jurisdictions are starting to move towards an approach that considers community benefits in the context of infrastructure investment, and such approaches generally involve the use of community benefits agreements, which are formal agreements between a real estate agent or infrastructure developer and a coalition that reflects and represents people who are affected by a large development project. Les ententes relatives aux retombées.
In no case are these new concepts. They've been used for years in the United States and were used for the building of villages in Vancouver, for example. Last year, Ontario became the first to integrate local benefits into infrastructure projects in the province through the 2015 legislation on prosperity and infrastructure. If this bill is sent to committee, it would be helpful for the committee to take a deeper look at these areas and for it to learn from the lessons learned and apply what has been learned to the federal legislation. The member for York Weston, when introducing the bill, stated that these agreements on local benefits help to create good quality jobs, wealth and activities, responsible growth, and are beneficial. Once again, these are objectives that each member of the House should support. In fact, our government is already taking further steps to achieve these objectives, to strengthen the middle class and to ensure better growth to help the future for Canadians. Budget 2016 made historic investments in innovation and infrastructure. To quote the budget, investments in infrastructure goes beyond and growth and jobs. It's about building the communities that Canadians are proud of living in.
Of Public Services and Procurement requires that the minister modernize procurement practices so that they are simpler, less administratively burdensome, deploy modern controllership, and include practices that support our government's economic policy goals, including green and social procurement. To achieve these objectives, the Department of Public Services and Procurement Canada is working to simplify its contracts, templates, and business processes. This will make it easier for clients to buy the goods and services they need to deliver their programs to Canadians and for suppliers to sell to the government. The Department is acquiring and implementing a new web-based e-procurement solution which will move the Government of Canada procurement function to an e-business model. This will leverage the best practices of the industry, which will reduce cost and process burden for government departments and agencies and for suppliers. Taken together, these initiatives will modernize the Government of Canada procurement function, foster competition, and allow procurement to advance social and green policies for the benefit of Canadians. With this private members' bill, we are taking another step to ensure procurement is socially conscious and community-focused. Pour en revenir au contenu de...
To go back to the content of this bill, Bill C-227, it needs to be referred to committee. There are a number of issues that need to be examined in detail. First of all, it must be determined if the scope of the bill will enable us to significantly achieve the objective defined within it. For example, changes to Section 20 on the departmental legislation for PSCP would require benefits, local benefits, to be taken into account under PSPC on their own behalf or on behalf of other departments. As a result, approximately 3% of the contracts are managed by PSPC. Secondly, we need to take a look at any potential impact of this bill on international trade agreements. International agreements often impose certain restrictions with respect to requirements that nations can include within their tendering criteria. Bill C-227 needs to go to committee so that a committee can look at it in detail.
Canadians, and this bill will help us to do just that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this bill. And I think we should start by understanding what this bill actually does. And it's a classic case of the Liberal government getting its backbenchers to do its dirty work. Because we know that the government has already betrayed small businesses in Canada by not reducing the tax rate down to 9%. And this bill imposes additional burdens on our small businesses across Canada. So what they do is they have a private member, one of their backbenchers, bring forward this bill. It provides the Liberal government with plausible deniability. The bill gets passed here in the House, and they blame the House for it rather than themselves. We know what's up. Madam Speaker, essentially what this does, it will allow the minister to require bidders on federal projects to provide information on the community benefits that a federal project will deliver. But we have no idea what benefits will be sufficient, which of course introduces greater uncertainty into the bidding process. But it's not just information that the minister can require. The bill also empowers the minister to demand bidders provide a formal assessment as to whether community benefits have indeed been provided. So, who conducts this assessment? Is it the minister in his or her discretion? Is it some independent party? What is the threshold or standard that must be met? And is there a value of contract that will be captured? We don't know. Do bidders compete with each other on who can best meet the community benefit test? Or is it whether the appropriate balance between community benefit and value for money has been met? And who makes that decision? This bill turns what is usually an objective process, which is value for money, in other words, getting a project or a product or a service at the best price and the best quality, turns that into a largely subjective determination by the minister, him or herself. This is another example of a Liberal government overreaching and interfering in matters it should stay out of. Last week, I spoke to motion M45, which was another Liberal initiative which essentially interfered in the ability of municipalities to do contracting. Because now the federal government wants to force every municipality to run every single infrastructure project over $500,000 through an assessment of the greenhouse gas emissions that will be caused both upstream and downstream. Again, horrific costs to municipalities, 4,000 of them across Canada. Multiply that by 2 or 3 projects a year. Think of how much money that is going to cost municipalities across the country. This is all about layering red tape upon red tape upon red tape and undermining and underappreciating the value of small businesses to our economy. As I mentioned already, the Liberals have already hammered Canadian small businesses by breaking their promise to lower the small business tax rate to 9%. That was a very clear broken promise. And that decision alone is going to cost our business somewhere in the order of $2.2 billion over the next 5 years, resulting in the loss of thousands of jobs across this country. And now they're hammering them with even more government red tape, increasing the cost of doing business and further discouraging smaller businesses from bidding on government contracts. The bottom line is this. This bill hurts small businesses. It adds a massive amount of additional regulation on top of the ones that already exist. It dissuades small businesses from bidding on government contracts, and it requires small businesses to assess matters other than price and quality, which of course will drive up the costs of government, drive up the costs to taxpayers in this country. And of course, these companies, if they are going to bid, they're going to have to build in these additional risk considerations into the price that they bid. We're talking about additional costs to taxpayers across this country. And then there's, of course, additional powers being given to the minister under this bill. It will expand the minister's discretionary power and will allow the minister to unnecessarily politicize the contracting process. And there's no clarity as to when an assessment would be required. It could be in the middle of the contract, after the contract has been let, maybe after the bids have been received. There's no clarity in this bill at all. It is very broad in scope, it is highly ambiguous, it is vague, and leaves everybody here in this House, the contracting community, the sub-trades, their workers, leaves them in the dark. So I asked a question earlier on, Madam Speaker, and you may have heard that. I asked the proponent of this bill, given the fact that he claimed he had broadly consulted on this bill, has he at the very least consulted with the key business organizations across this country that represent small businesses? So I talked about the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, IE Canada, Importers and Exporters Canada. You know what he said? He said, well, I've consulted with unions across the country. Really? Why not with the businesses themselves who actually pay that price? He said, I've consulted with academics. Madam Speaker, what about consulting with the very Canadians that are most impacted by this bill? The bottom line is this, Madam Speaker, this bill does two things. It does impose an increased burden on our companies. It imposes additional costs on them and uncertainty for small businesses who have already been betrayed by this Liberal government. And the bill also replaces what in the past was a very clear process. Value for money, making sure we get the best quality at the very best price, with a process that is unpredictable and highly subjective and dependent upon the discretion of the minister and his or her officials. You know, I heard in the sponsor's speech him highlighting all the things this was intended to achieve, this legislation. It was very clear from anyone who heard that was this is about social engineering at significant costs to the taxpayer. This is going to drive up costs to the taxpayers to try to achieve some social engineering goals that the Liberal government is suggesting may be objectives that are reasonable. And, Madam Speaker, the best response we should have when we have businesses contracting with the federal government is to make sure that they understand what the rules are, making sure that Canadian taxpayers get best value for money. And then, of course, the proponent referred to Ontario as being the role model of these community benefit agreements. Ontario, of all places, a government, a Liberal government in the province of Ontario that has mismanaged the economy so much and has driven that province into such debt that today the province of Ontario has the highest sub-federal cost, the highest sub-federal debt, not only within Canada, not only within North America, but in the entire world. Is that a role model we should be following? Absolutely not. So let me close, Madam Speaker. No one should be surprised that this bill is coming from the Liberal side of this House. You can always be certain that Liberals will find new ways of increasing costs to taxpayers, interfering with the private sector, and accruing unto themselves more and more power over time. And on that basis alone, we should reject this bill. So I'm certainly asking the Liberal government, the Liberal members of this House, the NDP members who have highlighted significant shortcomings of this bill, to reconsider their support of this bill. Let business do what it does best, which is provide contracts, provide services, provide products at the very best quality and at the very best price. By doing so, we serve the taxpayers of this country.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to speak to a bill that talks about local spin-offs, because when we talk about small rural communities, well, local spin-offs and benefits have many benefits. I know you come from an area of Canada that resembles my own, a large territory with many hundreds of small municipalities. So you'll understand that when the federal government chooses to invest locally by hiring local workers, local companies, by buying their material locally, well, that can make all the difference, particularly in communities where every day they need to fight to maintain their vitality and livelihoods. There are many communities that have lost a lot of infrastructure over the years, and so having the largest amount of benefits locally, well, that can only be a good thing. Well, I support the principle of my colleague's bill. I think there are a number of points that should be improved or clarified, and that's why I will discuss those, so that if he chooses to move or accept amendments at committee to his bill, well, here I'll have some solutions for him that'll make his bill better. So when we talk about local benefits, and I just want to read this quickly, the minister may, before awarding a contract for the construction, maintenance, or repair of public works, federal real property, or federal immovables, require bidders on the proposal to provide information on the community benefits that the project will provide. Now, the important word here is may. It's not mandatory. There's no definition of the circumstances here. So, first of all, one of the issues I see here is that there's no clear definition that says at what time this should or should not be done. So it depends on the minister's mood that day. If the minister got up on the right side of the bed, well, he might say that, yes, we'll do that. If he got up on the wrong side of the bed, he might say, no, we won't do that. So that's a problem. If we don't define the criteria clearly, which explain and set out the circumstances in which it would be preferable to proceed in this manner, well, I think that's a big problem. And so here we see a bill that gives more power to the minister, which I don't think is a good idea. I think more and more, when we put in place criteria, stable, reliable criteria known to all, well, that allows us to avoid having to answer, well, why did this bill get an analysis for local benefits and such and such a project did not. So that's the first element that I find problematic. Now, when we get into analysis, let's say that the minister has in fact asked what the local benefits would be. Well, we have no idea how that will be considered. So is it just a one point of information among many that will be studied by the minister and his team or her team? Or are these points, will they have a specific weight? So we don't know what the exact criteria are here, and we don't know if what we've asked for will really be considered when there's an analysis of which project to choose. So that's a problem. We want more transparency in government, but what we have here is discretionary power that is ill-defined. So we need to know to what extent these elements are considered in the analysis. This is an important question, and I think that this needs to be considered. If at the end of the day the local benefits are not considered to determine if a project goes forward or not, well, then what was the point of asking the question to begin with? So I think that the member from across the way should specify these aspects if he wishes to improve his bill. Moving on, there is no way of knowing if there's a requirement to follow through on the promises. Other than submitting an ATIP request to look at how each potential project was considered and each bid was considered, and given that the way these bidding processes work, I don't even know if an ATIP request would allow us to get the information on the local benefits for each project. So I'm not sure if we'd be able to get that information, but there's no requirement, as there's no way of knowing if the promises were properly followed up on. So if we have several bids and the local benefits have been looked at and one bid is finally chosen, well, yes, according to the bill, the minister can ask for a report to determine to what extent the work will generate local benefits, and that report must eventually be tabled in Parliament before the end of the fiscal year, but we have no idea if the local benefits created correspond to what was submitted in the bid. So we don't know if the bidder has really met their requirements when it comes to local benefits. So what we have here is a situation where we don't know if the bidder has undertaken a serious analysis of potential local benefits, or if they've maybe overestimated those benefits a little bit to improve their chances of winning the contract. So that's a problematic element. So I think that when we ask what the potential local benefits are, we need to ensure that there's proper follow-up and that at the end of the day, the results are there. Often if we have a big construction project, there are many services, restaurants, for example, around the project that will benefit. There's also, we have to take into consideration the ability to maintain expertise, regional specificity for the project. So the problem that I see with the bill here is that there's no link between the different elements. This is not a continuous process. So the bill calls for local benefits in bids, but there's no continuity to ensure if, after the fact, those local benefits truly existed, and the minister is not required to ask after the project is done, and there's nothing that would allow Parliament to do that. So there's a problem with continuity from the bid to the end of the project, and I hope that my colleague has taken note of these, and hopefully he will be able to improve his bill at committee. Thank you. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue will have 2 minutes to finish her speech. The next time that this Question is discussed in the House.
Of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre.
Order. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's good to be up in the House today, addressing a question I asked back on March the 9th to the Minister of Foreign Affairs regarding the imprisonment and the health conditions of Nadia Savchenko. And it is fitting that we are having this discussion today because it's Nadia's 35th birthday. And I'd like to wish her a happy birthday, but I know at the same time it's definitely not a joyous occasion for her to be wrongfully convicted and charged as she has been by the Russian government. As you know, Madam Speaker, Nadia is a member of Parliament in Ukraine, but was captured in the fighting that's been taking place in eastern Ukraine called Donbass. She was a member of the Army. She is a pilot. She flies both fighter jets and bombers and attack helicopters. But she was actually on the ground. She was abducted by Russian forces and illegally taken across the line in complete contravention of the Geneva Convention. And it is important to note that during her imprisonment for the past 2 years, she has gone on numerous hunger strikes, and the last time while she was in court did actually a dry hunger strike to protest this sham of what's happened to her. Now, I've been calling upon the Government of Canada and the Minister of Foreign Affairs to take a very aggressive stand with Russia, and I've only seen one statement that has come out from the Minister of Foreign Affairs on this issue, and that was on March the 8th, when Nadia was in very rough shape from a health standpoint because of the hunger strike. We need to make sure, Madam Speaker, that when we are speaking to Russia, and the new government always wants to talk about how they are going to have a more working relationship with Russia than we did as the previous Conservative government, we haven't seen their words to Russia match the rhetoric that we hear from Russia on things like Ukraine and on things like Nadia Savchenko. And it's also important, Madam Speaker, that when we are dealing with Russia, that we have to come across as very strong in our rhetoric, because President Putin seems to be provoked by weakness. And unfortunately, when we hear statements coming from the Minister of Foreign Affairs that he appeals to Russia to act compassionately and immediately when dealing with Nadia Savchenko, what I want to hear, and I think what the Ukrainian community here needs to hear from the government, is stronger language than that. They have to demand it. And at the same time, when they're demanding the release of Nadia Savchenko and the overturn of this kangaroo court decision to convict her for 22 years in jail back in March 22nd, we need to actually have, Madam Speaker, the situation where the government, if they're going to have a conversation with the Kremlin, then the Minister of Foreign Affairs needs to pick up the phone, call Foreign Minister Lavrov in Russia, and demand that Nadia be released. We're seeing the right things coming from President Poroshenko in Ukraine and working to try to get a prisoner exchange so that Nadia can finally come home and assume her seat in the Verkhovna Rada, the Parliament of Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for keeping this in the forefront. We have been following developments in the case of Ms. Nadia Savchenko closely and with great concern. She is a brave young woman. She serves not only as a pilot in Ukraine's armed forces, but also as a member of both Ukraine's Parliament and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. She has been unlawfully detained in Russia since June 2014, and it is her 35th birthday today in a Russian prison. We are hopeful that this will be the last birthday she spends detained illegally in Russia. Canada has repeatedly emphasized that Ms. Savchenko's transfer to Russia was illegal. The charges against her are politically motivated, and her treatment during her detention is a matter of grave concern. We have denounced the unjust conviction and harsh sentence brought against her and have drawn attention to the fact that the court process was marked by irregularities from the very beginning. We have done so both bilaterally and within the framework of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Alongside our international partners, we have also ensured that Canadian diplomats were present in person to monitor and report on key stages of Ms. Savchenko's trial in Russia. Canada has also regularly expressed its concerns over Ms. Savchenko's health during her detention, including in the statement that was referenced, issued by the Minister of Foreign Affairs on March 8th, and has urged Russia to act compassionately by immediately releasing her and returning her to her friends and family and colleagues in Ukraine. We were pleased to lend our voice to the international #FreeSavchenko campaign and will continue to call upon Russia to free Ms. Savchenko until such time as she is released. The circumstances of her transfer to and detention in Russia have brought into bold relief the brazenness of Russia's actions in Ukraine, which have breached international law and undermined fundamental trust between Russia and the West. Canada has made it clear that Russia's actions in Ukraine are unacceptable. In response to Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and its ongoing support to insurgents in the Donbass region, we have imposed a broad range of sanctions against individuals and entities implicated in Russia's violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We remain firm that sanctions will not be lifted until Russia has fully implemented its Minsk commitments, and we remain ready to implement further measures as required in tandem with our international partners. I was at a Women in Parliament's conference in Jordan last week, and many women parliamentarians commented on their gratitude for Canada's strong stand for Ukraine. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs underlined during his visit to Kiev earlier this year, this government is unwavering in its support for Ukraine in the face of Russian actions aimed at undermining its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and in Ukraine's efforts to build a secure, stable, and prosperous country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for comments. When we look at what's happening in Ukraine and what the position the Government of Canada has taken, we've got to make sure that the government of today knows that they're riding on the coattails of the previous Conservative government for the hard work that we did in supporting Ukraine during this very, very difficult time. So we are urging the Government of Canada to continue on that path, and that includes making sure that we maintain sanctions. I'm glad to hear she actually mentioned that, but also have the right wording in dealing with Russia in the Nadia Savchenko case. She was convicted for a crime she never committed. The two murders that she was charged with were actually occurred just a couple hours after she was already abducted. So we know that this has been trumped up charges. The Geneva Convention has been violated, and I call on the government to demand the Russian government return Nadia Savchenko immediately to her family, to her friends, and so she can pursue her career as a politician in Ukraine.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and I'm happy to build on the work that the previous government did in support of Ukraine. There's no question about that. We are following the developments in the case of Ms. Savchenko closely and have seized every opportunity to call upon Russia to release Ms. Savchenko and return her to Ukraine. I apologize. And also, you've seen that demonstrated by our further sanctions. I think it's interesting, though, that we are being asked to talk to Russia. That aligns with our foreign policy view of engagement, and that is something we feel that we are in a stronger position on than the previous government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
I'm calling on the Liberal government to repeal the cessation provisions of Bill C-31, Protecting Canada's Immigration Systems Act. Bill C-31 came into force on December 15, 2012, and it is retroactive. Cessation applications are being brought against permanent residents because it is alleged that refugees have re-availed themselves of protection by temporarily traveling back to their country of origin. No matter that the conditions of the country of the origin has changed, no matter that you're going back to see a dying relative for one last time, No matter that the law did not exist at the time of travel, you are at risk of losing your permanent resident status. This law effectively created a two-tier system for permanent residents: those who can travel back to their country of origin without repercussions and those who could not. This is to say, refugees who gain their permanent resident status legitimately could lose their PR status for returning to their country of origin for a visit. No other permanent residents face this risk. These permanent residents are fully integrated and settled into Canadian society, gainfully employed, have Canadian-born children, are contributing back to Canada. To be clear, cessation cases do not involve fraud or misrepresentation. Let me share with you the story of the Asfan family. Mrs. Bahara Asfan and her first daughter were classified as refugees under the principle of family unity. They originally came to Canada under the government's sponsored refugee resettlement program because her husband was found to be at risk in Iran. Since their arrival in Canada, Mrs. Asfan gave birth to her second daughter in Canada. The Asfan family is now a well-established, self-supporting family of 4 who have called Canada home for the last 10 years. When Mrs. Asfan applied for her citizenship, it triggered the cessation process, and the government is trying to revoke their status here. It is alleged that because she returned to Iran to see her family, she should cease to be a refugee, lose her permanent resident status, and be ineligible for citizenship. Even though Mrs. Asfan's husband and her 2 children are Canadian citizens, CIC has frozen her 2011 citizenship application and is trying to revoke all her status in Canada. If they're successful, she will be removed from Canada, away from her children and husband, and deemed as a foreign national with no status in Canada. She has been fighting against this and is now defending her 3rd court case filed against her by CIC. She has also been forced to file her own case to lift the freeze on her citizenship application. Madam Speaker, surely any reasonable person can see the absurdity of this. And by the way, Ms. Asfan wasn't a refugee at risk in the first place. Only her husband was, and she came under family unity. Her case is just one amongst many. Through FOI, and internal documents show that an annual target of a minimum of 875 vacation or cessation cases have been set for CBSA to execute. As a result, refugees are being investigated, their PR status seized, and cases are ending up in court. This even applies to those who come from countries where there is a moratorium on removals and those who are still at risk if returned. This just makes no sense. As we know, in real life, people travel to visit a sick or dying family member or for other legitimate reasons. To top it all off, the investigation for some of these families are triggered when they apply for citizenship. So now we're hearing reports that people are afraid to apply for citizenship. How much of taxpayer money is being wasted on cessation cases? How many officials are working on cessation cases instead of processing the backlogs of family reunification cases? How many cases has the government targeted? How many people have been deported? These are the questions that people are asking, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Vancouver East for raising this important issue in this House and for continued advocacy on the part of immigration issues as the opposition critic. This is an important debate, Madam Speaker, on secession issues and the former Bill C-31 enacted by the previous government and the impact that it has on permanent residents. The honourable member for Vancouver East has asked a very important question and has raised this previously with our government. And in fact, the government is in absolute agreement with the honourable member from Vancouver East on the need to review this very important piece of legislation and its impact since it was enacted under the former Bill C-31. We have in this country a long and proud tradition of providing protection to those in need. We have one of the fairest and most generous immigration and asylum systems in the world. Our immigration laws are applied impartially, Madam Speaker, and they're based on facts and they are meant to accord with due process. The authority of the independent and quasi-judicial IRB, the Immigration and Refugee Board, to determine an individual's refugee protection, whether that has ceased, is not itself a new provision. It actually predates the 2012 asylum system reforms. And as well, it's important to specify that the authority to revoke permanent residence status, including the PR status of a refugee, also existed before Bill C-31. However, what is very troubling about Bill C-31 is that under the 2012 reforms enacted by the previous government, a cessation of protected person status was added as grounds for losing one's permanent residence status. So that effectively meant it was double-barreled, Madam Speaker. That meant both protected person status and permanent residence status now end simultaneously once a refugee in Canada has demonstrated that they are no longer in need of protection. The Minister himself has said in this House that he agrees that the legislation that has been identified by the member from Vancouver East was part of a long legacy of matters inherited from the previous government that our government desperately wants to review and will review. As you know, Madam Speaker, we are not at liberty to discuss particulars of a specific case due to privacy considerations, but the Minister has expressed publicly sympathy with the honourable member's point that she's raising. And I can assure this House that the government is reviewing policies and legislation introduced in recent years with a view to developing proposals to improve them. In a relatively short time, Madam Speaker, I would evidentiate that point by demonstrating to this House a number of measures that we've taken in short order to address previous legislative initiatives of the previous government that were very problematic. For example, Madam Speaker, in terms of the government's respect for the rulings of the federal court, the federal court had found in December 2011 that the policy requiring the removal of face coverings to take the oath of citizenship was unlawful. That is why we agreed with that decision. The previous government did not. We dropped the appeal of that decision to the Supreme Court of Canada. That's the case of the Minister and Ishaq, Madam Speaker. Another example of us being more than willing to retract and retrench on the previous history of legislation by the previous government is rescinding the legislation that came in under Bill C-24. We've introduced amendments to the Citizenship Act that, Madam Speaker, you and other members of this House will be familiar with. That's Bill C-6. That bill makes it easier for applicants to meet citizenship requirements and helps encourage their sense of belonging and connection to Canada. It also eliminated the two classes of citizenship that were perpetuated by the previous government, which we stood fundamentally against and campaigned against, Madam Speaker. Another example of our government's review of existing procedures that helps to promote greater openness and better processing is our response on the Haitian and Zimbabwe nationals. On February 4th of this year, the Government of Canada announced that Haiti and Zimbabwean nationals in this country would be provided another 6 months to apply for permanent residence on humanitarian and compassionate grounds.
Sorry. We have to resume. And the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, there are laws that are fair and just, and there are laws that are not. Cessation provisions contained in Bill C-31 is an example of an unjust and absurd law. This law discriminates against refugees by effectively setting up a two-tier system for permanent residence. The way the Conservatives decided to target refugees in this unreasonable and punitive manner is simply un-Canadian. Canadians welcome refugees to our country. The time has come for Canada to start a new chapter in the world stage. It is time to repeal the cessation provisions of Bill C-31. This law was a law that the former Conservatives brought in. The NDP voted against Bill C-31, and so did the Liberals. I have a private member's bill to repeal the cessation provisions drafted, all ready to go. Nothing would make me more happy than to have the government take my bill and turn it into a government bill. I urge the government to take immediate action on this urgent situation. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
In the opening comments, our government is very committed to addressing this particular issue. We are looking at that as part of an overall assessment of the immigration and refugee system in terms of amendments that need to be made to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, speeding up processing times, producing more fairness within the system itself. Cessation is a problem. Bill C-31 is a problem. I look forward to continuing this discussion with the member from Vancouver East, and I look forward to seeing the contents of our private member's bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, we know, especially in my community of London, Ontario, that we have experienced devastating losses as a result of globalization, corporate greed, and simple lack of will on the part of Liberal and Conservative governments to protect our manufacturing sector. When factories move offshore with not so much as a sorry to see you go from government, the residual effects on our communities is devastating. Governments have the capacity to resist or at least mitigate these effects by making progressive choices and by exercising sovereignty over our natural and human resources. Without scrutiny, trade agreements such as the TPP have the potential to bargain away programs, services, products, and even the values that we as Canadians hold. Our experience with NAFTA should be a lesson to all of us. According to the CCPA, the impact of NAFTA has been devastating. The agreement has destroyed more jobs than it has created, depressed wages, increased poverty and inequality, eroded social programs, undermined democracy, weakened governments, and greatly increased the rights and powers of corporations, investors, and property holders. The study goes on to conclude that the promises of free trade to increase productivity, investment, employment, and prosperity were either greatly exaggerated or remain unrealized. Corporate Canada argued that social programs would need to be cut for Canada to remain competitive under NAFTA, the most stark example of which is what's happened to our employment insurance plan. And there is evidence that companies have attempted to use the threat of investor-state charges under NAFTA's Chapter 11 clause to discourage governments from considering legislation in the best public interest. It's shameful, Madam Speaker. Lobbyists have more power than citizens with their own government. Since signing NAFTA, Canada's ability to navigate international trade disputes has diminished. Remember softwood lumber? And Madam Speaker, agricultural exports, although they've almost tripled, net farm income has fallen by 24%. Social inequality has increased in Canada, not decreased, and while there are other contributing factors, NAFTA has contributed to this unacceptable reality. Madam Speaker, in the last election campaign, the Liberals promised full scrutiny before signing the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They have done a complete about-face on that promise. Imagine promising full scrutiny after the agreement was signed. Sounds like a case of closing the barn door after the horses escaped. I am aware that the Standing Committee on International Trade has launched a public consultation process on the TPP, but my question is this. How effective is the voice of Canadians who bring their concerns about this deal to committee when the deal is already signed, sealed, and delivered? This consultation amounts to nothing more than lip service. New Democrats and progressive Canadians are concerned that the TPP will have negative impacts on the auto industry, dairy, supply management, on our ability to provide affordable pharmacare, and on intellectual property rights. Mayors of 20 Ontario communities oppose the deal. It's outrageous that this government did not analyze the impacts of the TPP before signing on the dotted line, especially when we know the deal could have serious consequences for Canadians. Tens of thousands of jobs lost, higher drug costs, stifled innovation, and rising inequality. Where is the scrutiny, Madam Speaker? Where is the transparent and open review that the TPP should have, that this government promised?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. I don't have my glasses, I'm sorry.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Minister of International Trade has said before, and I have said before, Madam Speaker, we signed the agreement precisely to give us the time to study the agreement because of the way in which it was negotiated in secret and the way in which it was thrown upon us during the election campaign, and we are doing precisely that. As the Minister of International Trade has said before, the government is currently assessing impacts and conducting an economic study of the TPP. More importantly, the Minister took the engagement to make all assessments and studies public once completed. The government is also reviewing economic analysis of think tanks, academics, and other organizations to help inform the government's view of the TPP. So yes, we've signed it, but ratification is the final date, and we have not made it a final decision to ratify, Madam Speaker. As the honourable member knows, the TPP was negotiated in secret by the previous government. Our government is therefore focused on consulting with Canadians, a key commitment of the government, and we analyze the full potential impacts of the TPP. In this context, comments regarding ISDS and IP and other critiques that have been raised are being given serious consideration. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has held over 250 consultations in different formats, such as roundtables and town halls, with over 400 different domestic stakeholders since November. This has included all provinces and territories, businesses and industry associations, civil society, think tanks, academics, and labour unions. In parallel, the House of Commons Standing Committee on International Trade is currently studying the TPP and holding its own consultations with Canadians across the country. Those who have views to share are also encouraged to submit written comments to the committee for their consideration. In our consultations, Madam Speaker, we have heard varying views of the TPP from different sectors, and this is precisely the point of consulting Canadians. For instance, over the past 9 months, the government has heard from a range of stakeholders with interests in different areas of intellectual property who have expressed views on the TPP intellectual property outcomes. As a knowledge-based economy, Canadians employ innovative ideas and creative thinking that become the products, technologies, and services that change the way we live. The intellectual property framework is an important element of any knowledge-based economy, and Canada's long-standing approach with respect to intellectual property has been to strike a balance between creators and users. When it comes to the TPP, the government has also heard views about the potential impact on healthcare costs in connection with patents for pharmaceutical products. The Minister of International Trade will continue with consultations in line with her mandate letter and work with her colleagues on that question. The Government of Canada is committed, Madam Speaker, to follow through on these commitments.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. With this government, it's a matter of take contracts, sign them, and then you read them. Smoke and mirrors disguised as sunny ways will not change the fact that the TPP does not serve Canadians. It is not in the best interest of anyone but the richest and the most powerful. I believe we're capable of better. I believe that we all thrive in an equitable society where everyone has equal access to nutritious food, a safe home, education, decent work at a fair wage, clean air, fresh water, health care, child care, Madam Speaker, pharmacare, and secure retirement. New Democrats believe that it is possible to create a Canada whose economy is sustainable, just, and fair while remaining competitive on the world stage. Our trade agreements should reflect those values. In the inspirational words of Arundhati Roy, a new world is not only possible.
The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member because that's a great book. As a trading nation, Canada's economic growth is directly linked to international trade. This government supports free trade as a way to open markets to Canadian goods and services, grow Canadian businesses, and create good-paying middle-class jobs, kind of jobs that exist, Madam Speaker, or should exist in London Fanshawe. The government has committed to bring forward the TPP to a debate and a discussion here in this House to hear from all members of Parliament representing the people of Canada. The fact is we have committed to open consultations. It's a promise we made during the election campaign and one that we are seeing through. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.